I'm your bedtime historian, and tonight we're slipping into a world where a slimy leech was more trusted than your family doctor, and a jar of pee might hold more secrets than your closest friend. Strange comfort, isn't it? Under flickering torchlight, you might hear the faint plop of a leech slipping into a wooden bowl, a hush of whispers from nervous patients clutching amulets, and the shuffle of a robed figure who claims to know exactly how much of your blood should be drained before breakfast. Why did they believe such slippery creatures carried the key to health? And what else crawled through their minds when they thought about illness? If this all sounds more soothing than tomorrow's endless emails or the existential dread of your unpaid parking tickets, maybe tap that like button. And if you want to wander deeper into medieval oddities with me each week, a gentle subscribe would be as appreciated as a good night's leeching minus the blood loss. Sometimes I wonder if you had to choose one medieval cure to try, which would you dare drop your dreamy confessions below? Now dim the lantern, wrap yourself in that blanket that's somehow always too warm and too cold at the same time, and let's glide into this moonlit world together. You step into a small, smoky chamber that smells of old herbs and something far more primal, iron-rich and earthy. A wooden table groans beneath piles of linen cloth small knives, and the star attraction, a jar writhing with leeches. You pause, studying their wiggling, mindless dance. Here in the hush of candlelight, these slippery worms weren't just pests from swampy ponds, they were saviors, priests of the bloodstream, arbiters of your fate. In medieval Europe, the human body was understood through the lens of humors. Blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, four vital fluids thought to govern your health, personality, and even your luck in love. Too much blood, best to let it out. Too much bile, perhaps a different intervention, but the principle was always the same: restore balance. And what better way to do that than with a creature designed to suck blood with polite efficiency? Some physicians claim that leeches had an almost divine sense for locating bad blood. You might imagine them like tiny medieval psychics, able to sniff out your melancholia or that simmering guilt over last winter's stolen apples. The logic felt watertight to villagers who didn't have germ theory, but knew all too well that fevers killed swiftly and silently. The quirky detail: leeches weren't always fetched from remote marshes by traveling leeches. Many people kept them at home in clay jars, nestled among kitchen herbs. Children even gave them names, tiny slippery pets who would later become bloodthirsty assistants. A household might coo at its leech as it clung to a fingertip before dinner, as if it were a particularly ugly goldfish. Historians still argue whether these creatures were genuinely effective for certain localized swelling, or if their supposed miracles were merely placebo effects enhanced by communal belief. Some medical scholars suggest that draining small amounts of blood may have temporarily relieved certain high blood pressure conditions, but no one really agrees on the scope of these benefits. Now picture a young baker in 1347. His arm festers from a burn, and he's convinced that a leech can suck the evil from his wound. He sits on a splintered stool as the barber surgeon gently sets a bloated worm on his forearm. It wriggles with a hunger only it understands. Minutes crawl by each drop of blood like an ominous hourglass tick. The room is quiet except for shallow breaths and the soft drip of blood into a wooden basin. A neighbor might peer and face pale, crossing themselves to keep away the bad humors. Meanwhile, another patient waits anxiously for his turned fingers, twitching around a silver crucifix. His hope that this elegant parasite can prevent the fever that took half his village the previous spring. You imagine almost absurdly what the leech might think if it could. Another day, another delicious human buffet. But humor aside, the faith placed in these creatures reveals a deeper truth. Humans have always searched for external agents to blame or cure their suffering. As you watch the baker stagger home, arm bandaged, you might wonder, was the ritual more about belief than biology? The community would certainly rally around his bravery, sharing cups of mead and whispered blessings. By the next morning, whether healed or not, he'd become part of the living tapestry of local legend, the man saved by the leech, or perhaps the one who didn't bleed enough. There's something poetic, almost tragic, in trusting a slimy swamp worm more than your own immune system. And yet, under the moonlight, such choices felt as solid as the church walls, echoing with Sunday hymns. In that smoky chamber, you might hear echoes of other visitors, some hoping to cure melancholy, others trying to purge lustful thoughts by draining excess blood. You can almost see them shuffle in pale and trembling, yet weirdly serene in their faith. The leeches dangle from ceramic pots like black damp ribbons, waiting for the next soul to believe in their dark little dance. By the time you drift to the corner of the room, the candle's wax is nearly spent, and a leech dangles lazily from a bowl edge. You realize that in this world, a wriggling parasite could be a blessing, a confession, or a death sentence, all in one squirming mouthful. Remember the last time you believed in something strange just because everyone else did. Perhaps it wasn't a leech, but maybe a horoscope, a lucky sock, or a midnight cookie ritual before an exam. Humanity has always shared these gentle delusions. They bond us, frighten us, and in some odd way, comfort us under the same stars. As the room quiets and the final drop of blood slides into the basin, you feel a hush settle over the village. Tonight, they'll sleep some weaker, some hopeful, some doomed, but each carrying the mark of a leech's love bite. A thin silver thread of moonlight catches on the edge of a brass basin as you tiptoe further into the medieval labyrinth of beliefs. You find yourself pausing, ears tuned to the quiet chant of prayers mixed with the faint rustle of parchment calendars. Tonight the moon isn't just lighting your path. It's calling the shots on whether a surgeon dares to slice your flesh. You move cautiously into a chilly chamber lined with astrological charts and yellowing sketches of the human body. The air smells of tallow candles, dried lavender, and the cold bite of damp stone. Here, a physician stands hunched over a patient's wrist, not to take a pulse, but to consult a parchment calendar marked with elaborate moon phases and cryptic planetary symbols. In medieval Europe, doctors believed your body was a delicate stew simmering under celestial influence. The four humors, blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, weren't just bodily fluids. They were thought to be tightly bound to the movements of the stars and the moon. Lunar calendars guided not only agricultural planting, but also which days to drain blood or perform surgery. If the moon was waxing, you might delay your treatment, fearing that rising humors would cause excessive bleeding or inflamed wounds. Imagine a village baker scheduled for a tooth extraction. He might plead with his surgeon to wait for the waning crescent, convinced that a swelling moon would flood his jaw with dangerous humors. Meanwhile, the barber surgeon, part priest and part showman, would consult his lunar almanac with the gravity of a bishop holding a relic. The villagers might gather around, squinting at the chart as if it were a divine scroll, debating whether Mercury's mischief or Saturn's sulkiness might doom the operation. A quirky little detail. Some surgeons kept personal moon diaries decorated with doodles of sullen faces on bad omen days and tiny triumphant suns on favorable ones. These moon scribbles were thought to keep track of past successful surgeries and help avoid unlucky body parts on certain nights. Historians still argue whether reliance on moon phases was rooted purely in astrology, or if it reflected a more symbolic, comforting ritual for communities starved of scientific certainty. Some scholars suggest it was an elaborate psychological tool, a way to offer patients an illusion of control over the terrifying unpredictability of medical outcomes. Others believe it was simply a convenient excuse for delays when a surgeon felt unprepared or too hungover from the previous night's mead. Back in that dim chamber, you notice how the moonlight dapples a young patient's pale forehead as he clutches a crude wooden cross. His mother hovers nearby, whispering prayers to the Virgin Mary and squinting nervously at a tiny brass bowl of herbs and coals. The surgeon finally nods, and with shaking hands, he picks up his knife. But then he stops. A last-minute glance at the almanac. Saturn is in a sour mood tonight, apparently. Surgery postponed. Relief and dread ripple across the boy's face in equal measure. As you watch this delicate ballet between knife and moon, you might chuckle to yourself. Modern folks consult horoscopes to decide on first dates or new haircuts, but at least they don't postpone surgeries based on Venus being retrograde or do they stepping away. You can't help but feel a hush descend on the village lanes outside. Farmers and bakers all glance up at the same sky, each calculating when to sow seeds, when to slaughter a pig, and when to invite the local barber surgeon over for a small, hopefully non-fatal incision. The moon, that silver overseer, offers guidance, or at least the comforting illusion of it. From rooftops, cats yowl at the rising crescent, while old women mutter curses at stars. You might hear a young apprentice scribbling frantically in his moon diary, wondering if a botched bloodletting last winter was truly Saturn's fault, or just a shaky wrist. Meanwhile, the town gossip hisses from door to door. Did you hear Marjorie's boil burst last night, right under a full moon? And so the moon watches on smug in its silent sovereignty over village pulses and purges. Tomorrow, it will rise again, and once more, humans below will twist and turn their fates in rhythm with its phases. At this point, perhaps you're grateful that your current health plan doesn't involve squinting at the stars or stalling a flu shot until Jupiter gives his blessing. But don't get too comfortable. We're just beginning to untangle the mysteries stitched into the night sky and your veins alike. You slip back into the hallway of our wandering story, each step echoing lightly against the cold stones. Ahead lies another chamber, where fluids become omens and colors foretell your destiny. A soft draft glides past your cheek as you enter a room awash in pale dawn light. You hear the muffled slosh of liquid and catch a glimpse of something yellow glimmering in a glass jar. You might think you've wandered into an early morning tea ritual, but instead, you're about to witness one of the strangest medieval checkups ever imagined. You slip closer to a heavy oaken table, strewn with small, corked vials and delicate glass flasks. At the center stands the proud star of the show, a large, transparent jar filled with urine, its golden hue shimmering like cheap ale at a village fair. The medieval physician leans in, holding the jar aloft as though admiring a rare jewel. His nose crinkles eyes, darting between the liquid and a dog-eared parchment filled with color-coded circles. This was uroscopy, the grand art of diagnosing the soul through the bladder. For medieval healers, urine was a sacred mirror of the body's hidden struggles. Its color clarity, sediment smell, even its bubbles whispered secrets about your heart, your liver, your sins, and perhaps even your romantic inclinations. A bright, straw yellow stream. Good news. A muddy brownish swirl doom might be lurking around the corner. Imagine trudging into a chilly morning market with your chamber pot tucked discreetly under your cloak. You hand it off like a precious offering, praying that the doctor doesn't gasp or cross himself in horror. The physician might swirl it, gently sniff deeply, and murmur darkly about burnt humors or overheated spleens. The diagnosis might be more like a fortune-telling session than a clinical report, yet you'd likely walk away, convinced that the future and your fate lay swirling inside that jar. One particularly quirky detail. Some medieval urine charts included illustrations of tiny floating creatures to explain mysterious swimming specks. Rather than bacteria or kidney stones, which they didn't understand, healers would speak of serpent-like spirits or tiny worms of melancholy haunting your fluids. Imagine hearing that you had a minuscule snake living rent-free in your bladder. Historians still argue whether uroscopy was genuinely intended to heal or was more of a theatrical performance to reassure patients or frighten them into paying extra for herbs and prayers. Some scholars believe it offered a rare glimpse of agency for patients who could literally see the evidence in front of them, though interpreted through a deeply flawed lens. Others see it as a medieval placebo, a comfort in the face of unpredictable fevers and sudden death. A young washerwoman steps forward, trembling her jar sloshing softly in her hands. The doctor frowns deeply after a sniff scribbles furiously on a parchment and then solemnly recommends she avoid pork, meditate under a willow tree, and drink a tincture of rosewater and ground pearls, assuming she can afford pearls, of course. Her face twists between fear and hopeful relief as she stumbles out into the cold dawn jar emptied, but her mind now full of ominous instructions. Nearby, a small child watches wide-eyed, clutching a wooden doll. Perhaps he wonders whether his own insides hide such snakes or ghosts. A monk overseeing this odd ritual quietly hums psalms under his breath, certain that bodily fluids can reveal sins as well as sickness. Meanwhile, the town gossip eavesdrops by the doorway, eager to learn who might be unbalanced enough to skip Sunday Mass. Stepping back, you sense that these urine readings acted like medieval Facebook statuses, public confessions of private fears, open for village commentary and moral judgment. They turned invisible ailments into visible drama, binding the community in shared shivers and gossip. As you leave the chamber, you glance over your shoulder at the row of jars shimmering softly in the morning light, like stained glass windows of a chapel. They seem to whisper a collective secret that beneath all the superstition, people simply craved an answer, however odd, to the timeless question, what is happening inside me? The hallway beyond beckons with a new scent, thick and herbal, promising a different kind of medieval cure. One brewed under moonlight, and perhaps a witch's watchful eye. A faint rustling of leaves guides you onward, and soon the air thickens with the earthy aroma of sage rosemary and something sharper henbane, perhaps. You find yourself entering a dimly lit cottage where shadows curl around bundles of drying herbs and moonlight drips in through small wooden shutters like silver ink. Here dwell the mystical herb witches women who knew the language of plants better than they knew the creak of church pews. You watch as one elderly woman, her fingers stained green cradles a bundle of wormwood as if it were a beloved pet. She hums softly, a tune caught somewhere between a lullaby and a battle hymn. In medieval times, these herbalists, sometimes called wise women, or more darkly witches, brewed potions that promised everything from easing childbirth pains to banishing nightmares. While university-trained physicians clutched dusty Galenic texts, these women trusted the whisper of leaves and the sting of roots. Their recipes combined folklore with generations of trial and error, a living oral library passed from mother to daughter under the hush of starlit nights. One mainstream historical fact, sage and rosemary were prized not just for flavoring bland medieval stews, but also for their spirit-cleansing abilities. Believers thought a sage poultice pressed to the forehead could drive away feverish demons, while rosemary smoke might purify a sick room better than any prayer. A quirky detail, henbane, a toxic plant infamous for its hallucination-inducing properties, often featured in love potions. The catch: misjudging the dose could turn romantic visions into violent convulsions or permanent sleep. A fine line between flirtation and funeral, all measured in pinches. Historians still argue whether these women were true healers or cunning opportunists who capitalized on villagers' fears. Some scholars point to church records showing entire parishes relying on a single herb woman rather than the official town physician. Others suggest their craft served as both medical practice and quiet rebellion against patriarchal religious authority. In the corner, a young mother kneels beside a bubbling cauldron. Her baby, pale and feverish, sleeps, wrapped in linen, on a low wooden bench. The herb woman stirs a thick emerald green brew, occasionally dropping in pinches of ground poppy seeds. Each swirl of the ladle seems to draw a prayer from the mother's lips. She isn't sure if this is medicine or magic, and in truth, perhaps it was always meant to be both. Outside, you hear villagers muttering by moonlight. Some fear these women more than they fear plague carts, whispering of hexes and moonlit dances with horned spirits. Yet when the parish priest's own sister hemorrhaged in childbirth, where did he run? To this door, knocking desperately in the dead of night. You imagine the herb witch smiling wryly as she accepts a bribe to keep her concoctions secret. The power was never just in the herbs, but in the quiet confidence these women carried. They were both scapegoats and saviors, honored in hushed gratitude and cursed aloud when things went wrong. As the cauldron bubbles, the witch presses a tiny cloth sachet into the mother's hand, instructing her to hang it above the child's bed. A charm for strength, or a placebo to quiet her fears, you may never know. The line blurs until it shimmers like moonlight on a dew-drenched nettle. A gust of wind stirs the drying herbs above you, creating a soft rustle like forest spirits gossiping. You feel the air grow thicker, sweet with honey and bitter with yarrow. With each breath, you absorb centuries of quiet rebellion, quiet desperation, and quiet hope. Stepping back into the corridor, you leave the witch's world behind. But her laugh, low, crackling, and warm, follows you, a reminder that sometimes the most powerful healers are the ones least welcome in the daylight. Ahead lies another chamber, echoing with confessions, and echoing even more with the prickling of guilt and boils alike. The hush of dawn gives way to a low murmur, a hush punctuated by coughs and the soft shuffle of bare feet on cold stone. You drift forward, guided by the scent of beeswax candles and the faint tang of old sweat mixed with incense. The space ahead feels heavier, like a confessional booth, thick with secrets and fevers. You slip into a small wooden chamber where a priest sits behind a lattice screen, fingers clasped tightly around a worn rosary. But tonight, this priest's duties stretch far beyond absolving sins. He's also tasked with reading the body's mysterious eruptions. Yes, welcome to the uneasy marriage of pustules and penance. In medieval minds, spiritual transgressions often surfaced as bodily ailments. A boil wasn't merely a medical inconvenience, but a divine flare sent to announce your guilt to the world. A festering abscess, surely the mark of pride or secret lust. Confession wasn't just a balm for the soul, it was considered part of your healing plan, a cleansing ritual that might appease an irritated God and convince him to close those seeping wounds. One mainstream historical fact: church manuals from the period included instructions for priests on how to advise sick penitents, blending prayers with herbal compresses and dietary restrictions. Priests often recommended that the sick fast or whip themselves to drive out internal corruption. A quirky detail: some confession booths kept baskets of herbs and salves right under the seat. After repenting your sins, you might be handed a sprig of rue to chew, or a smelly compress to tie around your neck. Sin forgiveness with a side of sage breath freshener. Historians still argue whether priests truly believed these dual roles, shepherd of souls and amateur physician, or whether they leaned on medical rituals simply to maintain power over terrified congregants. Some scholars suggest these combined duties made the priest indispensable, cementing his place at the center of both spiritual and physical life. Others propose that it was simply a pragmatic merging of resources in an era where doctors were scarce and expensive. Back inside the booth, a gaunt farmer trembles as he confesses stealing a neighbor's chicken. The priest listens, nods, and then gestures toward a steaming bowl of vinegar and thyme infusion. The farmer winces as he's instructed to wash his boils with the pungent brew, while reciting psalms at dawn for a fortnight. Outside the village, rumor mill already churns. His boils came from envy, mark my words. Near the door, a noblewoman with a veiled face waits her turn. Her cheeks are flushed with fever, but perhaps also shame. Did her confession cause her illness, or did the illness force her confession? You see her fingers worry a small silver cross as she listens to the farmer's sobs. Imagine the confusion of the medieval mind. Which came first, the sin or the sore? Was your soul rotting, or was your skin simply echoing deeper wounds? The line between penance and treatment blurred so completely that many couldn't tell where faith ended and medicine began. You might catch yourself smiling faintly at the thought of modern parallels. How many of us still whisper apologies to the universe when we catch a cold, as though guilt can summon germs, or wear lucky bracelets to protect us from bad vibes? Human habits echo century after century like footsteps in a cloister. Through a cracked window, you glimpse a line of villagers waiting outside, each convinced their rash or fever is a divine rebuke. A monk offers them lukewarm ale to calm their nerves, while children pick at the mud between cobblestones, oblivious to the heavy spiritual negotiations unfolding nearby. Finally, the priest stands, wiping sweat from his brow. He sprinkles the floor with rosemary water, muttering a prayer to drive out unseen serpents. His dual existence continues equal parts confessor and healer, burdened by secrets that fester in flesh as much as in the mind. As you step into the hallway once more, the scent of vinegar still clings to your nose. The path ahead pulses with the distant echo of clanging knives and cheerful cries promising the curious mix of public spectacle and medical misadventure that lies just beyond the next archway. A warm breeze hits your face as you shuffle forward, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of iron and stale mead. You emerge into a bustling town square, where villagers are already gathering eyes wide with mingled dread and excitement. Today is no ordinary market day. Today is a bloodletting festival. Wooden stages creak under the weight of traveling barber surgeons in patchwork cloaks, their knives gleaming under the high sun. Children crane their necks, while hawkers weave through the crowd, peddling honey cakes and rosemary amulets to keep the spirits away. You hear the sharp ring of a bell, signaling the start of the day's first demonstration, the ceremonial opening of a merchant's forearm. In medieval Europe, bloodletting wasn't merely a medical procedure, it was a public event part, therapy part theater. According to humoral theory, illness resulted from imbalances in the four bodily fluids, and letting blood was considered the quickest path to harmony. These festivals turned what should have been a private moment into a communal ritual, cementing faith in the knife as firmly as faith in the pulpit. One mainstream historical fact. By the late Middle Ages, itinerant barber surgeons who cut hair as deftly as they opened veins were central to village healthcare. They carried specialized brass bowls marked with measurement lines to collect blood, aiming for just the right amount before weakness or collapse set in. A quirky detail. Some town criers announce bloodletting discounts during fairs to entice more customers. After all, nothing says healthy living like a bulk discount on bodily fluids. Historians still argue whether these public sessions were genuinely about health or more about spectacle and social bonding. Some scholars believe they served as cautionary morality plays, warning villagers of excess or sin, while providing cathartic entertainment. Others propose they reinforced communal ties, each cut a public reminder of shared vulnerability. Near the stage, a young blacksmith flexes his arm bravely. He's chosen today to rid himself of melancholy bile, encouraged by the roar of the crowd, and perhaps the promise of free ale afterward. The barber surgeon waves to the audience, brandishing a razor-sharp fleam, as though it were a festival ribbon. Then comes the slice, a shallow arc across the vein. Blood gushes into a shallow dish, steam rising in the crisp morning air. The crowd gasps, some covering their eyes, while others lean in fascinated. In the back, a widow weeps quietly as her teenage son volunteers to have his blood let in hopes of curing his recurrent fevers. She clutches a small saint pendant, torn between fear and desperate hope. Her tears glisten as she murmurs that perhaps his bad spirits will finally flow out with the crimson stream. You sense the atmosphere swing between macabre fairground and earnest communal ritual. Children dart between the bleachers, waving wooden swords and pretending to be surgeons themselves. Merchants shout out deals on honeyed wine and poppy seed buns, while two old men argue whether St. Sebastian's relic or a good bleed is the better cure for gout. When the basin is nearly full, the barber surgeon tips it toward the ground in a dramatic flourish, splashing crimson arcs onto the dusty cobblestones. The crowd erupts in a mixture of cheers and uneasy laughter. The blacksmith wobbles, slightly grins, and raises a weak arm to accept a mug of watered ale. As you edge away from the stage, you overhear a grandmother scolding her granddaughter. Next time, no sweets before the bloodletting. You don't want to upset your humors. Another woman proudly shows off a fresh bandage on her wrist, like a market prize proof of her devotion to health and social duty. You leave the square with a strange warmth in your chest, a mix of horror and admiration for their collective conviction. Here, a vein wasn't just an internal corridor, it was a window to the soul, publicly opened and collectively judged. Beyond the festival, a narrow alley beckons. The air grows cooler and hints at mystery, carrying the faint scent of frankincense and polished bone. It promises the quiet, reverent hush of relics and the feverish dreams that swirl around them. As you slip from the clamorous square into the shaded alley, your ears ring faintly with echoes of cheers and clashing mugs. Here the world seems to contract into a hushed, sacred corridor, lined with candles, incense smoke curling like sleepy ghosts. You step into a chapel-turned infirmary, where the faithful clutch fragments of ancient bones, whispering fervent prayers for relief from fevers and plagues. Before you, a small wooden altar groans under the weight of reliquaries, elaborate containers encrusted with garnets and crude pearls, each housing a saint's fingernail knuckle or even a splinter of rib. These fragments weren't just devotional objects. They were potent medieval medicines, believed to cure everything from night sweats to demonic possession. One mainstream historical fact: throughout medieval Europe, relics were more valuable than silver or gold. Cities competed viciously to acquire even the tiniest splinter of a famous saint's body. Monasteries became pilgrimage destinations, drawing thousands who believed a touch or even a glimpse could heal a festering wound or cleanse a guilty soul. A quirky detail: some desperate villagers carried tiny bone splinters sewn into pouches worn under their tunics. A peasant might even borrow a saint's fragment for a sick child and then return it before dawn, hoping no monk noticed the relic's midnight excursion. Imagine slipping a bone fragment into your pocket as if it were a lucky pebble. Historians still argue whether the real power of relics lay in their supposed divine connection or in the psychological comfort they offered. Some scholars suggest these fever charms were early placebo therapies, bolstered by communal rituals and the powerful atmosphere of incense chanting and flickering candles. Others believe the relic trade was largely orchestrated by shrewd clergy eager to fill monastery coffers, selling slivers of saintly bones at prices rivaling a year's wages. You watch a woman shuffle forward on her knees, her breath rattling from some hidden illness. She presses her forehead to a reliquary containing a chipped finger bone. A priest nearby waves a censer, chanting softly in Latin. The woman weeps, openly convinced this touch might lift her fever by morning. Further back, a merchant stands, cradling his feverish sun eyes, darting anxiously from one relic to another. Should they choose St. Apollonia's molar for the boy's toothache, or St. Sebastian's arrowhead for the dangerous swellings in his throat? The priest finally guides him to a delicate glass vial said to contain a single tear from the Virgin Mary. The man clutches it as if it were a fragile star. Nearby, two young boys argue over which relic healed their grandmother's chronic cough last winter. One insists it was St. Lucy's lock of hair, while the other swears it was the splinter from the true cross. Their mother shushes them sharply, eyeing the priest to make sure no one overhears their squabble. As you wander deeper into this sanctuary of whispered hopes and feverish bargains, you notice how the heavy scent of beeswax and rosemary thickens the air. Each relic glimmers under the soft candle glow, a jewel of desperation and belief. It's easy to imagine the priest counting coins behind the altar, making a mental note to advertise tomorrow's viewing with extra zeal. Yet you also sense the genuine trembling faith in each pilgrim's fingers, each tear-streaked cheek pressed against the cold gold casings. Outside the door, A young scribe scribbles furiously in a small book, recording which relic worked miracles, and which failed a medieval Yelp review of divine interventions. He pauses, eyes wide, as if suddenly realizing that in this fragile world, even failure might be cloaked in sacred mystery. As you step back into the dim corridor, you catch one last glance of a relic shimmering softly. You feel its silent plea, or perhaps it's your own, for protection against whatever phantom fever might haunt the next dawn. Ahead, you sense the comforting greasy smell of cooking fires and hear the squelch of mortar bowls. A new chamber awaits where bread crusts and boar fat might be the last line of defense between life and death. You follow the scent of charred bread and sizzling lard, a strange comfort after the heavy incense of relic halls. Soon you enter a kitchen-turned-sick room, where a thick haze of smoke curls around racks of drying herbs and bubbling cauldrons. The air feels dense, sticky with animal fat, and something vaguely sweet like mold clinging to a cellar wall. Before you, a woman in a soot-streaked apron kneads a dark gummy mixture onto a rough linen strip. Nearby, a young boy stirs a pot of boar fat until it glistens like a moonlit pond. In medieval times, ointments were as much culinary adventures as medical experiments. You weren't simply a patient, you were a test loaf for the neighborhood's most peculiar recipes. One mainstream historical fact: medieval poultices often combined animal fats, boar or goose bread crumbs, honey herbs, and even soot or ashes. These thick, gluey pastes were slapped onto wounds or swellings in hopes of drawing out evil humors or promoting heat balance in the flesh. A quirky detail: moldy bread wasn't just tolerated, it was prized. Some healers believed mold carried mystical properties to absorb rot from wounds. The irony, centuries later, mold would indeed be the foundation of penicillin. But these medieval cooks had no clue they were accidentally flirting with future antibiotics. Historians still argue whether these mixtures provided genuine relief or merely postponed infection until a more skilled barber surgeon arrived, if at all. Some suggest the warmth and moisture offered temporary comfort, while others see it as a placebo, strengthened by the faith that anything warm and smelly had to be working. You watch as a miller's wife slathers a grayish poultice onto her husband's ulcerated leg. He winces, but then sighs, perhaps comforted by the warmth or the familiar kitchen smells. A neighbor comments on the fine crust forming on the wound, as though praising a perfectly baked loaf. The mood feels oddly communal, half sick room, half tavern kitchen. In the corner, an elderly woman with rheumy eyes mashes charred bread crusts into a fine black powder. She mutters an old rhyme about bread catching the death so the body wouldn't have to. A young girl beside her adds drops of rose oil, swirling it in with delicate reverence as if mixing holy water into mead. A young apprentice stands to the side, scribbling furiously on a cracked wax tablet. He lists each ingredient as though chronicling a feast: 1 strip moldy rye, 2 spoonfuls soot, pinch of thyme. His future patients might be either cured or simply more interestingly perfumed. Meanwhile, 2 children run in giggling, chasing each other with bits of greasy linen like battle flags. Their laughter rings sharply against the slow, heavy breaths of the patients lining the walls, a jarring reminder that life and sickness twine together like ivy around an old church spire. A merchant, his face pocked from an old fever, gently lifts a small pot to his nose and sniffs. He grimaces, but dabs a cautious fingertip to a boil under his chin. Across the room, a blacksmith mutters that his grandmother swore by adding a splash of ale to soften the humors. You can almost imagine a medieval cooking contest tonight on Boil Busters, whose bread crust can cure a plague pimple the fastest. As you step back, you feel a curious warmth lingering on your fingertips, as though you too had pressed boar fat onto someone's cracked skin. You sense the room's strange blend of dread and determination, each concoction a small rebellion against the unstoppable forces of decay and death. Outside, the world feels sharper and cooler, as if the breeze itself is scrubbing you clean of the kitchen's smoky balm. Ahead, a narrow doorway flickers with candlelight and starlight, the realm where stars guide knives and fate dances on the tip of a blade. A soft clatter echoes as you step forward, the kind of sound a metal bowl might make when a nervous surgeon sets it down too abruptly. You move into a chamber where celestial charts unfurl across the walls like giant spider webs. A trio of candles flickers near a table crowded with astrological diagrams, twisted bone saws, and moon phase calendars. Here in this dim-lit sanctuary, medicine meets the stars. Welcome to the world of astrological amputations. You pause near a hunched barber surgeon squinting at a star chart, his finger tracing the path of Mars across a parchment stained with blood and wax. The patient nearby, pale and gaunt, cradles an infected leg that smells of sour milk and despair. Yet the knife doesn't rise just yet. First the heavens must approve. One mainstream historical fact. During the Middle Ages, many physicians and surgeons firmly believed that celestial bodies influenced the body's humors and overall health. Medical textbooks, like the Zodiac Man, illustrated which body parts were ruled by which planets or signs. A surgeon might refuse to lance a boil on a Mars day, fearing it would lead to unstoppable bleeding. A quirky detail. Surgeons sometimes wore amulets carved with zodiac symbols to steady their hands and ward off bad planetary influences mid-procedure. Imagine wearing a lucky crab charm while sawing off a limb, a darkly whimsical talisman against cosmic interference. Historians still argue whether these astrological consultations were genuine attempts at cosmic harmony, or a convenient way for surgeons to postpone risky procedures they felt unprepared for. Some suggest it gave desperate patients a sense of agency. At least Mercury blessed my operation today. While others believe it was simply theater to justify failure when infections inevitably returned. Tonight, you see the surgeon's hand tremble as he finally lays down the chart with a resigned sigh. The stars have given their cautious blessing. He wipes the blade on a linen cloth soaked in rosemary water and approaches the patient with slow, reverent steps. A prayer is murmured perhaps to God, perhaps to Saturn, or both. The patient's eyes flutter upward, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever cosmic force might spare him the worst. Meanwhile, a nervous apprentice hovers clutching a bundle of bandages. He glances anxiously between the stars above and the man's infected leg below, as though the heavens might swoop in to spare them the grim duty. You can almost hear his heart pounding, echoing softly against the rough stone walls. A small crowd of curious onlookers gathers near the doorway, whispering predictions. If Venus smiles tonight, he'll keep his knee, one woman says, gripping her rosary. Another insists that Jupiter's favor ensures quick healing, though her voice wavers with each repetition. A child wide-eyed stares unblinking, taking in every movement as though watching a puppet show, with stakes higher than any bedtime story. The surgeon finally lowers his blade. The cut begins clean, but trembling. Blood drips into the metal bowl below, with a hollow rhythm a mournful percussion under the collective breath of the room. You sense each heart skip along with every new crimson splash. Once the limb is removed, the surgeon holds it up briefly, almost as an offering to the silent sky above. A hush falls over the room, a single shared prayer hanging heavy in the air. You can almost imagine the stars themselves wincing. The patient, pale as a new moon, is swiftly wrapped in linen soaked with vinegar and sage. He shivers violently, but an old woman at his side hums a lullaby, weaving the melody around his groans like a protective charm. Outside, the night sky blinks innocently on unaware, or perhaps uncaring, of the blood sacrifices made in its name. The villagers disperse muttering about omens and lucky stars, each carrying a new story to whisper by hearth fires for generations. As you step back into the corridor, the cool night air stings your cheeks, washing away the heavy smell of blood and rosemary. Ahead, a small doorway beckons flickering with lamplight, and a faint whiff of singed enamel, a place where tiny wriggling monsters are blamed for the sharpest pains of all. A muffled moan draws you forward, the sound curling through the narrow hall like a thin thread of smoke. You approach a small chamber where the air is sharp with the acrid scent of burnt linen and scorched herbs. Here, under the flicker of a single oil lamp, a patient clutches his jaw as if trying to hold his soul from escaping. Welcome to the world of toothworm theories, where agony was blamed on creatures you couldn't see, tiny worms, believed to burrow into teeth and gnaw at the roots, turning molars into torture devices. In medieval Europe, dental pain was no simple cavity. Instead, it signaled an invasion, a squirming little monster that had to be smoked out or seared into submission. Many believed these worms came from spoiled food, evil spirits, or even curses whispered by jealous neighbors. One mainstream historical fact: practitioners often used heated metal rods, sometimes red hot, to cauterize the tooth cavity. The searing pain wasn't just tolerated, it was believed to terrify or kill the imagined worm inside. If the patient fainted, it was seen as proof the worm was fleeing or dying. A quirky detail: in some regions, people hung small pouches of burnt henbane seeds or cloves around their necks to lure the worms out of their teeth at night. Others left breadcrumbs near their pillows as bait, a quaint bedtime ritual you wouldn't find in any modern dental guide. Historians still argue whether these treatments offered even partial relief or were purely acts of communal theater to manage otherwise unbearable pain. Some suggest the temporary numbness from heated metal might have dulled nerves just long enough to seem miraculous. Others argue these brutal remedies only cemented the toothworm myth, further each scream feeding the legend. You watch as an elderly miller shuffles into the room, face swollen and eyes glossy with tears. The healer, half dentist and half exorcist, readies a small iron rod in a bed of hot coals. The miller whimpers, gripping a scrap of wool so tightly that his knuckles glow white. A small crowd gathers, children peeking from behind aprons, wide-eyed at the drama unfolding. The healer chants softly, a strange half-prayer, half-taunt to the invisible worm. Leave this vessel and crawl to the earth where you belong. The moment arrives. The red-hot iron approaches the miller's open mouth, and the smell of singed hair and scorched enamel fills the air. A single piercing cry cracks the room like a whip. A young girl gasps and runs, covering her ears, while an old man nods solemnly, muttering, "The worm is fleeing now, praise the saints." In the aftermath, the miller slumps dazed and trembling, a thin string of smoke drifting from his lips, like a ghost rising into the rafters. Someone hands him a mug of watered ale. He tries to sip, but his teeth chatter violently against the rim. His wife presses a hand to his forehead, whispering thanks to Saint Apollonia, the patroness of dental pain. In a corner, a nervous young apprentice records the treatment on a scrap of parchment, sketching tiny worm-like scribbles in the margins. He looks unconvinced, but keeps writing, perhaps imagining that each new diagram might someday reveal the true cause of such torment. Meanwhile, a merchant nearby pulls at his own jaw, debating whether to volunteer next or wait for the full moon, rumored to be a better time to confront worms. You sense the collective anxiety humming through the room, each heartbeat tied to the flicker of the coals. As you turn away, the smell of burning tooth lingers, a haunting perfume that weaves itself into your clothes and your memory. You step softly into the next hallway, where the echo of hymns and the clink of holy water hint at yet another fusion of faith and flesh, a place where priests trade sermons for scalpels. You shuffle into a narrow passage lit by flickering candles, wedged into wall sconces shaped like tiny chalices. The air is heavy, with a bitter blend of incense and something far more pungent, the rank aroma of festering wounds. You pause at the threshold of a small room where priests don't just recite prayers. They wield sharp lances and scalding water in the sacred ritual of pustule popping. In medieval Europe, the priest was a spiritual shepherd, but sometimes also the local physician, blending liturgy with a rudimentary surgical flair. While today, we might turn to antibiotics and sterile clinics, medieval villagers entrusted their bodies and souls to men who spoke Latin and carried the keys to heaven. One mainstream historical fact: many parish priests received rudimentary medical training, enough to lance abscesses or drain boils. It was believed that spiritual purity and physical purity walked hand in hand, cleansing your sins and your sores together. A quirky detail: priests sometimes blessed the lancing tools with holy water, or pressed the blade against a saint's relic before use. The idea was to transfer divine power into the steel, as though Jesus himself might guide the trembling hand during each ooze-inducing incision. Historians still argue whether this merging of roles actually helped or simply reinforced the priest's social dominance. Some believe it offered a strange comfort: your confessor would not only hear your moral failures, but also physically relieve your suffering. Others think it blurred lines dangerously, leading to infections disguised as divine punishments. In the center of the room, a farmer kneels with his tunic bunched at his waist, exposing a swollen abscess on his lower back. A priest, robes hitched up and sleeves rolled, mutters a psalm while gently prodding the mound with a slender iron lance. Around them, villagers chant softly, some clutching prayer beads, others merely gawking with a mix of horror and fascination. The moment the lance pierces the skin, a hiss escapes the farmer's lips. The wound erupts, releasing a gush that splatters into a wooden bowl lined with rosemary sprigs to absorb the evil. A grandmother winces and crosses herself. A young boy cranes forward, eyes bright with morbid curiosity. After the draining, the priest sprinkles holy water onto the wound, whispering an absolution as though absolving not just pus, but accumulated sin. He then packs the gap with a paste of honey and ground sage, rumored to promote healing and ward off demonic spirits of the flesh. The patient shudders, but nods, convinced the ritual has not only purified his body, but secured a bit more grace for his afterlife. In the corner, a young woman hugs her knees, waiting her turn. Her cheeks bloom with shame and fever, a combination that only deepens her belief in the priest's dual magic. You can almost hear her internal plea, "May my sins and sores vanish together." Nearby, a scribe records the event, quill scratching across parchment. He draws careful circles to represent each boil treated today, adding marginal notes like Sister Agnes, two healed, one returned at waning moon. You wonder if he believes in these miraculous recoveries, or if his scribbles serve as quiet confessions of skepticism. A small girl plays with a scrap of linen soaked in lavender water, humming softly, oblivious to the deeper gravity in the room. The flicker of her makeshift doll contrasts sharply with the grown-ups' solemn faces and whispered prayers. You inhale deeply, and the sting of vinegar herbs and candle smoke fills your lungs. It's a mixture, both repulsive and oddly comforting, an echo of the medieval desire to turn every wound into a symbol, every pain into a spiritual puzzle piece. Stepping back into the passage, you sense another chamber beyond, where steaming baths and echoing laughter mingle with the ever-present question, does water purify, or does it invite death? The next room promises a shimmering debate that has lingered for centuries. A thin cloud of steam curls into the hallway as you edge forward, carrying the faint aroma of lavender rosemary and something sharper, the acrid tang of sulfur. You step into a bathing chamber where water sloshes in wide, shallow tubs, carved from stone, and candlelight dances over smooth, slick surfaces. Here, the medieval mind wrestles with one of its most intimate questions: was bathing divine salvation, or a doorway to death? Around the edge of the largest tub, several villagers sit cautiously dipping toes, as though expecting to be swallowed whole. You hear hesitant giggles, mingling with whispered prayers, the sounds echoing under the arched ceiling. Some believe the bath purges body and soul, cleansing you of sins as surely as of sweat. Others warn that opening your pores invites demonic spirits and deadly humors to rush in, turning a peaceful soak into a death sentence. One mainstream historical fact: during the early Middle Ages, public bathhouses flourished across Europe, inspired by Roman traditions. But by the later centuries, fear of open pores and moral suspicion toward shared nudity led to widespread distrust of bathing. Many began to favor dry cloth rubs and heavy perfumes instead. A quirky detail: in some regions, bathhouses hung iron bells above the door. When rung, these were believed to scare away malevolent spirits lurking in the steam. A ringing bathhouse bell signaled both an open tub and an impromptu exorcism. Historians still argue whether medieval aversion to bathing stemmed more from fear of disease or from ecclesiastical pressure against luxurious practices. Some suggest church leaders feared the sensual temptations of communal baths more than the possible infections. Others insist practical concerns about contaminated water played the bigger role. In one tub, a stout butcher from the next village splashes his arms, gleefully convinced this bath will drive out winter fevers and bad dreams. He hums a folk song, shoulders steaming like a festival cauldron. Nearby, a young noblewoman clings to the edge, her eyes wide and darting. She believes she can almost hear spirits creeping around the edges of the water, whispering threats against her tender lungs. A healer in a linen cap drifts between the tubs, sprinkling rosewater and muttering charms in a soft, rhythmic cadence. She offers small linen sachets stuffed with herbs and hot stones, encouraging bathers to trap the humors and close their pores before stepping back into the night air. In the corner, two washerwomen trade gossip as they scrub each other's backs with coarse cloths. Their conversations slide seamlessly from rumors about a neighbor's leech treatments to the town priest's supposed affair with a local baker. Laughter erupts, echoing off the damp walls, sounding more like a tavern than a temple. A young boy splashes too loudly and earns a sharp rebuke from an older woman who insists, "You'll wake the bath demons." The boy's eyes go wide. He freezes mid-splash, convinced he has stirred some spectral menace beneath the water. Meanwhile, an elderly monk sits alone in a wooden tub filled with pungent sulfur water, praying aloud to Saint Anthony for protection. He insists the warmth soothes his holy rheumatism, though he keeps one eye on the doorway, ready to flee if he feels an evil draft. The bathhouse feels alive, a tapestry of hushes and cackles, the scent of herbs battling the raw primal smell of human skin and fear. You feel your own pores tingle, as if the spirits might slip through the cracks in your skin at any moment. As you drift back toward the exit, the steam thickens, a soft curtain pulling you into the next chapter of this medieval odyssey. Ahead, the hall grows darker, and smells shift toward pungent resins and musty old books. Their chants and bells weave a strange protective symphony against illness, a sensory world where magic words and sharp scents guard the fragile human body. The hallway darkens as you slip forward, the humid warmth of the bathhouse fading into a cool, almost church-like stillness. You catch the faint scent of burning resins and crushed herbs tangled with the high metallic note of old bells. You step into a chamber that feels like a wizard's laboratory, crossed with a cathedral sacristy shelves of pungent herbs, rows of brass bells, and thick, dusty tomes covered in protective cloth. Here, the medieval mind's last defense against sickness and spiritual invasion takes shape, a chaotic fusion of smells, bells, and spellbooks. Each tool is believed to shoo away sickness-frightened demons and restore balance to the turbulent dance of humors inside the body. In one corner, a young monk carefully arranges bundles of sage lavender and rue in small clay pots. Each plant smolders softly, releasing tendrils of smoke that coil around the room like sleepy serpents. Patients shuffle forward to inhale deeply, eyes closed in dreamy devotion. Inhaling sage was thought to clear phlegm and ghostly shadows from the chest, a kind of smoky exorcism. One mainstream historical fact: medieval physicians often recommended aromatic therapies. They believed strong smells could repel miasmas, the foul airs thought to carry diseases. Sweet or pungent odors were considered protective walls against invisible invaders. A quirky detail: some households tied tiny bells to sickbeds so that each time the patient shifted, the chime would scatter lurking spirits. A restless sleeper might sound like a cat wearing a festive collar, each movement meant to save them from the unseen. Historians still argue whether these sensory defenses offered genuine physical benefits or simply comforted the mind. Some scholars suggest certain herbs did contain mild antiseptic properties, while others believe the whole ritual was a grand performance to soothe the community's collective anxiety. At a carved wooden desk, an elderly scribe scratches arcane words into a thick goatskin-bound grimoire. His ink-stained fingers tremble as he recites each phrase aloud, believing that sound alone carries power. Behind him, a tapestry depicts Saint Michael battling a smoky dragon-like plague demon, a visual reminder of the eternal fight against unseen forces. Nearby, a woman cradles a sick child in her lap, rocking slowly. She presses a sachet of burning rosemary to his nose while softly jingling a brass bell over his head. With each chime, she whispers half-forgotten charms in a language that even she doesn't fully understand. Her eyes shine with exhausted faith, a mother's desperate hope woven into every motion. In the corner, a tall, thin man stands rigid, his face covered by a linen mask soaked in vinegar. He clutches a book of charms so tightly the pages crinkle like dry leaves. Each line he chants rises into the thick, smoky air, disappearing among the bell echoes and whispered prayers. A young apprentice tends the cauldron in the center of the room, dropping sprigs of mugwort and fennel into bubbling water. He carefully fans the steam toward patients' eyes wide, as though he's conducting a symphony no one else can hear. Sometimes he pauses, mouth open, as if waiting for an invisible conductor's next cue. You glance around and see old women humming softly as they tie protective knots into wool cords meant to be worn around the wrist or neck. Each knot, they claim, locks health inside and keeps pestilence out. The wool smells faintly of sheep, a comforting barnyard whisper amid all the incense and chanting. Through it all, the bells continue their irregular music, soft jingles overlapping like crickets on a humid night. You feel as if you're standing inside an enormous living charm bag, each sound and scent binding you tighter into its sleepy, protective cocoon. As you drift back toward the hallway, the bells echo behind you, fading into a kind of hypnotic lullaby. Ahead, a heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing the glittering shadows of court intrigue where doctors become spies and poisons drip as silently as secrets. You slip past the smoky bells into a corridor that smells of sweet wine rose oil and the faint metallic bite of ink. Candlelight flickers through tall, arched windows, casting moving shadows that seem to whisper secrets in the corners. You enter a grand chamber lined with velvet drapes, ornate wooden chairs, and cabinets filled with gleaming vials. This is the hidden world of court physicians, those elite healers who balanced more than humors. They danced along razor-thin lines between life and death medicine, and conspiracy loyalty and betrayal. Here, a headache could signal poison, a cough might hint at treason, and every diagnosis was as much about survival as it was about science. One mainstream historical fact: many royal courts in medieval Europe kept personal physicians who also acted as informal advisors, spies, or scapegoats. These doctors administered purges and tinctures, but were equally valued for their discretion or blamed when a sudden illness swept through the palace halls. A quirky detail: some court doctors carried small taste sticks made of silver or bone to test food for poison before meals. Yet ironically, these sticks rarely worked. They mostly reassured anxious royals who believed that silver would darken in the presence of toxins, a notion both quaint and tragically flawed. Historians still argue whether these physicians genuinely wielded power or simply served as easy targets for palace intrigue. Some suggest they held the real keys to succession, able to nudge a monarch's health at precisely the right moment. Others believe they were perpetually teetering on the edge of execution, scapegoats waiting for a convenient accusation. In the center of the room, a young physician kneels beside a trembling prince whose face is pale as fresh parchment. The doctor presses 2 fingers to the prince's pulse, while his eyes flick nervously to the queen who stands in the shadows, twisting a pearl rosary. A silver taste stick lies on a nearby table, ominously untouched. 2 courtiers whisper by the door, speculating whether last night's pheasant was truly blessed or laced with nightshade. One clutches a vial of rosemary tincture like a talisman, swearing it wards off betrayal. Their words flit through the room like startled sparrows, each rumor feeding the court's endless appetite for scandal. An elderly scribe sits hunched at a side desk, recording every cough and wince in a thick leather ledger. His quill scratches quickly, each line potentially damning evidence or a future defense in some tribunal yet to come. He looks up occasionally, scanning faces for any flicker of guilt. You glance toward a delicate crystal cabinet where rows of colored bottles gleam in the candlelight. Each vial labeled in cramped Latin could be a healing tonic or a silent death sentence. Powdered emerald for fevers, crushed pearls for convulsions, and perhaps a drop of belladonna if persuasion required a darker touch. A lady in waiting dabs her cheeks with rosewater eyes darting toward the prince. Her lips tremble with half-formed prayers. A footman nearby clutches his stomach, convinced he's the next target of a jealous rival's poison. His face flickers between greenish terror and desperate reverence for the physician's thin, steady hands. Outside, the tall windows, moonlight pools on the marble floor, like spilled milk, illuminating the silent tension that hangs in the air. The whole court holds its breath, waiting for the physician's verdict. Will it be a harmless fever or a whispered accusation that changes the line of succession forever? As the physician wipes his brow with a linen cloth, he hesitates a moment, heavy enough to stop every heart in the chamber. Then softly, he announces, "The prince needs rest and a simple syrup of poppies." Relief ripples through the room, but you sense that beneath the sighs, questions churn like unseen currents. Stepping away, you feel a cold draft slip under your cloak, carrying hints of rusted chains and sour straw. Beyond the next archway lies the final chapter, the haunted halls of Bedlam, where the mind's last battles echo in the dark. You step carefully through the last stone archway, and at once the air shifts colder, damp-edged with the scent of mold and iron. The walls here are pitted and stained, echoing with distant groans, and the soft clink of chains brushing against rough straw. You have arrived at Bedlam, the medieval asylum where the mind's torments took flesh and superstition danced hand in hand with desperation. You pause by a narrow cell where a gaunt figure curls on a straw mattress, eyes wide and shimmering in the half-light. A priest mutters Latin beside him, swinging a thurible that leaks pale blue smoke. The smell of frankincense does little to hide the stench of sweat and terror, and each creak of the priest's boot seems to echo against the cold walls like a distant drumbeat. One mainstream historical fact, founded as the Priory of St. Mary of Bethlehem in the 13th century Bedlam, became Europe's most infamous mental institution by the late Middle Ages. Originally intended for spiritual care, it devolved into a grim warehouse of suffering where patients were chained and subjected to cures, ranging from icy baths to forced purges. A quirky detail: wealthy visitors paid admission fees to stroll through Bedlam's halls, gaping at the mad as if touring an exotic zoo. Some even dropped coins for patients who performed frantic dances or recited prayers, grotesque theater masquerading as charity. Historians still argue whether Bedlam's tortures were acts of misguided compassion or pure cruelty. Some insist medieval physicians believed extreme measures could shock sanity back into place, while others see it as society's convenient way to exile the inconvenient. In a corner cell, a young woman sits rocking her hair, matted into a crown of thorns. She murmurs nursery rhymes, weaving them into snatches of church hymns. An attendant offers her a bowl of broth, but she recoils, convinced it's been poisoned by demons. Her fingers trace invisible symbols in the air, each motion a fragile shield against imagined curses. Further down, a scholar-turned-patient clutches a torn manuscript eyes, darting as he recites garbled philosophy mixed with prayers for forgiveness. Each line emerges in a different tone, as though his mind is split into an audience of conflicting voices. He clings to the pages like a lifeboat tattered scraps that keep him afloat on a sea of hallucinations. A pair of priests argue quietly by the gate about whether to administer holy water or prepare an icy plunge. One insists that a cold shock can seal the mind's cracks, while the other prefers chants and fasting. You realize with a quiet shiver that no one here truly knows what they're doing, each treatment a desperate gamble in the dark. You hear the shuffle of iron chains as a patient drags himself to a narrow window barred with twisted iron. He stares out at the moonlit courtyard, whispering to it as if confiding in an old friend. A guard watches bored and half asleep, idly spinning a wooden rosary on one finger. Near the doorway, a nun kneels, sewing ragged blankets. Her fingers move in steady rhythm, stitching fragments of scripture into the hem, as though sacred words might warm the body or calm a restless mind. You see her pause now and then to wipe tears from her cheek, her face lit softly by a nearby oil lamp. As you move slowly through the hall, you sense each soul reaching out their cries, both heard and ignored. The chains, the chants, the whispered prayers all melt into a single endless echo that coils around your heart like cold fog. You glance back one last time at the pale faces pressed against barred openings, eyes shimmering with a mix of pleading and madness. Outside, the moon glides higher, indifferent, its pale glow draping bedlam in an eerie hush that feels almost gentle from a distance. As you slip past the heavy oak door, the air sharpens your senses, echoing centuries of whispered hopes and midnight prayers. Here, faith and superstition blend into a single breath, guiding you forward toward dim cloister halls, where monks weigh prayers and herbs alike, awaiting your next step into their sacred dawn. A dim cloister corridor, the muffled scent of beeswax candles, and the echo of sandals slapping stone floors. These were the sounds of a medieval hospital waking at dawn. Why did these silent brothers become surgeons of the soul and sinew? How did they decide which prayer might soothe a fever, and which herb might banish a demon, or at least a mild rash? You walk slowly down a long arched hallway, lined with pale tapestries that depict scenes more mythical than medical. The faint glow from the oil lamps dances across the flagstones, reflecting off the brass-bound manuscript, resting in a brother's trembling hands. You hear him murmuring softly, not to a patient, but to the fragile pages. Each one holds recipes for poultices and prayers scribbled in Latin, so cryptic it might as well be a charm against common sense. Monastery infirmaries were the ultimate paradox places of serene prayer, yet constant panic. Here, monks, most of whom had only a passing familiarity with anatomy, thanks to vegetable gardening, were expected to heal injuries from jousts, fevers brought by pilgrims, and spiritual malaise too complex for any herbal tea to solve. You notice one brother grinding sage and mustard seeds together, while another stirs a pot of something that smells like old shoes and river mud. Historians still argue whether these concoctions truly worked, or simply gave patients something to focus on besides their suffering. In the garden courtyard, an elderly monk bent like a question mark plucks fennel and whispers to each sprig as if apologizing for its imminent sacrifice. You might find it curious, or even laughable, that these men believed each plant carried a divine whisper. They'd cross themselves before harvesting marigold petals, muttering short psalms to ensure the plant's soul cooperated. Back inside, the infirmary beds are nothing like the neat pastel-lit wards you might imagine today. Instead, rows of straw pallets, some roped together to prevent wandering in feverish delirium, stretch beneath timber rafters, blackened by decades of smoky torches. The smell part, boiled cabbage, part incense, makes you feel dizzily close to sleep or nausea. A monk shuffles past, carrying a wooden bowl brimming with thick greenish salve. When he passes, you catch sight of a crude drawing of a human body pinned above a bed, limbs spread wide, labeled with words like melancholia choler and phlegm, each zone governed by a saint's favor rather than actual anatomy. You're gently ushered to the apothecary shelf, where jars labeled with neat Gothic script contain dried lavender rose petals and an alarming jar simply marked dragon's blood. Was it really dragon's blood? Or perhaps just a potent resin scraped from a Mediterranean tree? Scholars still argue whether medieval brothers truly believed in its mythic properties or simply found it too delightful a name to resist. In the corner, a monk scribbles feverishly onto a wax tablet. He's updating the patient ledger, though his entries resemble prayers more than records. Brother Hugh delirious, suspect demons in liver. You can't help but wonder what future historians will think of our own medical charts, full of abbreviations and cryptic codes. As you move along, you see a young novice tasked with brewing a particularly bitter herbal tea. He pauses to listen to an older monk reciting a psalm, then scurries back to the kettle when he notices your gaze. In his eyes, there's both terror and wonder. Terror at the responsibility of holding a soul in his shaky hands, wonder at the idea that a few leaves and whispered words might tip fate's balance. Outside the window, the bell tower tolls softly echoing through the orchard. It's not just a signal for prayer. It marks the moment patients are to be turned or gently massaged, lest bed sores invite further infection. One monk describes it as stirring the body's humors like a pot of lentils, and while you chuckle, you realize how earnestly they believed in these analogies. Occasionally, a traveling noble or a wounded knight would arrive, and monks would scurry to ready an extra cot. You can almost picture the knights, still in half-polished armor, asking for wine instead of water, joking about their injuries as if they were medals of divine favor. Underneath that bravado, though, each man carried the same fragile hope that the monastery's prayers might stitch them back together better than any battlefield surgeon ever could. You pause by a low wooden cabinet filled with saintly relics, finger bones and delicate silver reliquaries, a fragment of a cloak allegedly worn by a martyr, a tiny phial of holy tears. Whether these items offered real healing or merely psychological comfort is a debate that rattles through the centuries. But in this quiet hall, where the only soundtrack is Gregorian chant and distant crows, faith and medicine twist together like ivy around a crumbling cloister pillar. As your eyelids grow heavier, you sense the calm repetition of routine. The bells toll, the quiet chanting, the rustling of wool robes. You start to feel your breath slow in time with the novice's soft footsteps, your mind drifting as if it were a loose feather on the monastery's drafty breeze. It's hard to say if these brothers cured more than they harmed. Their ministrations might have been as much about comforting the soul as mending the body, but even centuries later, you can almost hear them humming softly in the dark, a promise echoing down the cool stone corridors, sleep mend and perhaps wake renewed. A cold gust rattles the heavy wooden doors just as you shuffle forward into the next hall, where the air feels less sacred and more swampy. Your guide gestures toward a group of travelers huddled together, each one draped in a patchwork cloak of frayed wool and dried mud. Their eyes wide with equal parts awe and terror, dart to a nearby pile of what looks like bedding. But beneath those linen heaps, the truth festers in silence. You approach what might optimistically be called a ward, though it resembles a hayloft more than a healing sanctuary. Pilgrims arrive here hoping for miraculous recoveries, drawn by rumors of relics so potent they could cure a demon's cough. But what they find instead is a labyrinth of overstuffed straw mats, communal basins of dubious water, and the ever-present stench of illness fermenting in the corners. The journey to these hospitals was no gentle stroll. Some pilgrims limped hundreds of miles on bare, blistered feet, driven by faith, and a morbid curiosity for miracle stories whispered from one village to the next. You can almost hear their ragged breathing and the squeak of wooden crutches on stone floors. Scholars still argue whether these pilgrimages offered genuine solace or merely spread contagion like wildfire through the countryside. As you pass a row of coughing figures, you notice that the bedding, if we dare call it that, is a patchwork of donated rags and flattened goose feathers. Many patients lie 2 or 3 to a mat, a tangle of limbs and fevers that might make even the bravest knight think twice about a charitable visit. One man croaks out a hymn between hacking coughs. Another woman clasps a rosary so tightly her knuckles glow white under the moonlight, sneaking through a narrow window slit. There's a certain tragic poetry to it in the desperate hope for healing. They trade warmth and privacy for the chance to sleep beneath a saint's portrait. In one corner, a monk sprinkles herbs over a steaming pot, hoping to purify the air. The scent of rosemary and wormwood mingles with the sour odor of sweat and decay. You might imagine that the strongest patients survive these fumes as much as the illnesses themselves. Meanwhile, a young girl with a bandaged foot stares into the pot as if expecting a ghostly figure to rise out and grant her relief. Somewhere nearby, a shallow pit dug hastily behind the infirmary holds what the brothers call the last bed. The plague pits meant to contain the spread of infection look more like grim invitations to an underworld dinner party than a dignified burial site. As you peek cautiously over the edge, you feel the cold slap of mortality. But perhaps most haunting are the pilgrims who arrive convinced they carry a curse rather than a disease. They lie awake at night, murmuring confessions to the ceiling beams, convinced their sins caused the boils on their neck or the fever in their bones. Was it divine punishment or just poor hygiene? Historians still bicker over whether medieval Europe leaned more toward spiritual or biological explanations for disease. At dawn, a bell tolls to announce the turning hour, when patients are shifted to avoid bed sores and to freshen the mats, a polite euphemism for shaking out lice and scurrying rats. Monks in patched brown robes move methodically, their soft chants creating a lullaby of resignation. You feel your own spine ache in sympathy as you imagine lying there, watching shadows creep across the rafters, waiting for a healing touch that may never come. One figure catches your eye, a mother clutching a tiny cloth doll, her child bundled beneath layers of threadbare blankets. She rocks slightly, eyes glazed with equal measures of faith and fatigue. Beside her, a young pilgrim scribbles a final letter to a distant village, his quill scratching out hopes as fragile as the candle flame beside him. As you step back, you hear a sudden outburst, a mixture of wails and ecstatic laughter echoing from another room. Word has spread that someone rose overnight, though whether it was a genuine recovery or a hallucination from fever dreams remains a mystery. In these halls, a single cough can spark panic, and a single hopeful rumor can ignite mass euphoria. You take one last look over the cramped ward faces, flushed with illness, hands folded in fervent prayer blankets, stained with more stories than any chronicler could ever capture. Here, healing feels more like an act of communal belief than a biological certainty, and you realize, as your eyes start to close in quiet empathy, that in these plague-soaked corridors, faith might have been the only real antidote to despair. A soft breeze, carrying the scent of crushed mint and earth, lures you away from the crowded ward and into a small walled garden glowing under dawn's first pale rays. Here, every leaf and petal seems to hum with the secrets of centuries. A nun in a deep indigo habit kneels by a raised bed, whispering psalms to her marjoram and yarrow, as though they might talk back, and in a way they do. You find yourself tiptoeing between rows of herbs so carefully labeled they resemble a scholar's meticulous manuscript more than a garden. Lavender, sage, hyssop. Each plant has its own role in this quiet green orchestra. The medieval herbalist's garden wasn't just an aesthetic retreat. It was a living apothecary, an experimental lab, where spiritual devotion and earthy know-how met in a fragrant truce. Nearby, a young novice delicately picks chamomile blossoms, slipping them into a wicker basket with the same reverence one might show relics. Chamomile for fevers and restlessness, mint for digestive woes, comfrey for mending wounds that looked more like battlefield maps than human skin. You realize these plants are the distant ancestors of the mint tea or soothing balm sitting innocently in your modern kitchen cabinet. A corner patch brims with rosemary and rue plants, once believed to protect against plague vapors drifting through open windows. Scholars still argue whether the potency lay in the plants themselves or in the soothing ritual of tending them. After all, if you spend your days nurturing fragile green life, maybe you trick your mind into believing your own life is just as under control. You watch as the nun dips a linen cloth into a steaming herbal infusion, then hangs it on a line to dry. This cloth will later swaddle a feverish brow or wrap an infected limb. She hums as she works her tune, drifting upward and catching on the morning breeze like a sparrow daring to break curfew. To your left, a squat wooden table displays curious tools, bone knives for trimming roots, tiny clay mortars stained dark from countless batches of paste beeswax candles infused with thyme oil. There's an almost theatrical quality to it all, as if each motion is part of a slow dance choreographed over centuries. In a far corner stands an elder nun, her hands stained green from crushing nettles into poultices. Despite her gnarled fingers, she moves with a grace that suggests deep trust in these plants, a confidence that borders on holy conviction. You wonder if somewhere in her private prayers she ever admits to doubting their powers. Historians still argue whether these sisters were primarily herbalists or faith healers who happened to dabble in botany. A row of marigolds shimmers under the morning light. These cheerful blossoms were often used to make salves for irritated skin or to protect against evil humors, a diagnosis so vague it could mean anything from a stubbed toe to a sudden existential crisis. The scent is sharp, almost citrusy, and you imagine how comforting that brightness must have felt in a world perpetually overshadowed by the threat of plague and famine. On a low bench sits a parchment scroll, edges curled and browned by candle smoke. Illustrated with delicate ink drawings, it shows which moon phase best suits the planting of fennel. and which day to harvest foxglove before it turns from medicine to poison. A monk once joked that these charts were as trustworthy as a rooster's weather prediction, a sentiment some of the nuns likely shared but never dared speak aloud. You pass by a small basin of rainwater left to collect celestial blessings overnight, according to a scribbled note nearby. Was it blessed by stars or merely mosquito larvae? The question drifts off with the chirping of early sparrows as the nun returns to dip her fingers and anoints her forehead with surprising solemnity. Not far from this tranquil scene, a novice stoops to tie bundles of lavender to a drying rack, the aroma rising like an invisible hymn. She hums quietly, glancing up at a wooden crucifix nailed to the garden wall. Faith and Flora, intertwined and inseparable, guide her every movement. There's a gentleness here that feels contagious, not the feverish contagion of the plague ward, but a spiritual kind, a softness that might even seep into your own dreams tonight. You lean closer to a bed of lemon balm, brushing its leaves and inhaling the fleeting citrus note, a fragrant ghost of future sleep teas and healing balms. As the morning sun grows stronger, bees zigzag lazily through the rows, unaware of their ancient service to human health. You find your eyelids drooping again, soothed by the slow, rhythmic gestures of these herbal caretakers. The garden is a living lullaby, a green cocoon where faith, hope, and botany cohabitate in improbable harmony. You step back into the shadowed hall with a mind full of wild scents and whispered psalms, a bouquet of medieval mystery, following close behind. A thin shaft of light sneaks through a stained glass window, pooling at your feet like a secret invitation to step further inside. You shuffle along, drawn by a gentle hum that seems to ripple through the air. You find yourself in a vast, echoing chamber, the communal sick room. Here privacy is as scarce as soap, and bodies lie side by side, a tapestry of coughs, groans, and whispered prayers. In this world, the concept of personal space is as foreign as toothpaste. Medieval hospitals believed in group healing, a collective energy that supposedly bounced from one feverish body to the next, like an invisible, benevolent ghost. You watch a nun glide down a row of pallets, dipping a feathered fan into rosewater and wafting it above faces slick with sweat. Some patients stir others, simply sigh, lost in half dreams of fields or feasts they'll likely never see again. Next to a row of straw mattresses, an old man mutters a fragment of a psalm, and a young woman with flushed cheeks joins in, creating a soft, wavering chorus that feels more intimate than any confessional. You almost expect the walls themselves to lean closer, listening in. Historians still debate whether this practice of vibrational healing, the belief that sound and group presence could realign the body's humors, offered any true benefit, or was just a medieval placebo wrapped in piety. A novice crosses the room, carrying a bucket of water so murky it might have been drawn from a moat. He sprinkles rosemary into it, nodding gravely, as if this aromatic addition might transmute the sludge into holy nectar. Patients lift their heads slightly, eyes glazed, following the movement like kittens watching a string. You notice that everyone here watches each other, and in this shared observation lies a strange comfort. A woman with an infected leg looks longingly at her neighbor's healing wound, drawing courage from its pale new skin. A young boy, pale as a candle stub, leans forward to catch a glimpse of a man quietly recovering from a head wound, as if to absorb his resilience through mere proximity. Above them, thin wooden beams bear clusters of dried herbs, sage thyme, and rue their silhouettes trembling in the drafts like ghostly puppets. The air is heavy, with a pungent vegetal fog that clings to your nostrils and almost forces you into a slower, deeper breath. You wonder if the communal breathing itself was thought to share strength, a sort of medieval group therapy session without the chairs or awkward icebreakers. A nun at the far end clutches a small reliquary, pacing between patients as she murmurs blessings in a voice so low it might be mistaken for a distant bee's hum. Every now and then, she dips her fingers into an oil lamp and draws a cross on a patient's forehead, leaving shimmering trails of hope and soot. You lean closer to a young girl who cradles a simple wooden figurine, its surface worn smooth by countless anxious thumbs. She locks eyes with you for a fleeting moment, wide dark eyes that seem to carry an entire forest of unspoken fears and dreams. Then she returns to her soft chant, rocking slightly, as if rocking herself into another realm. Occasionally, someone attempts to stand only to collapse back onto the mattress, giggling weakly or sobbing. The reaction from the others, gentle pats on the arm, shy smiles, and whispered jokes about saints catching them mid-flight. You sense that humor here isn't just a coping mechanism, it's a lifeline. Laughter, though thin and frail, floats upward and tangles in the rafters like incense smoke. Scholars still argue whether these communal healing spaces spread more sickness than solace. Would patients have fared better alone, tended by individual caregivers? Or did the human contact, the shared chants and glances, offer a balm stronger than any herbal salve? A monk nearby arranges cloth dividers, an attempt at creating the illusion of privacy. But the curtains are so thin, they reveal more than they hide, a metaphor perhaps for medieval medicine itself, full of good intentions, but perpetually transparent in its limitations. As the sun climbs higher, the communal sick room becomes a living tapestry of shallow breaths, quiet courage, and resigned faith. You feel your own pulse, slow, lulled by the steady rise and fall of chests around you, the hush of whispered prayers, and the faint rustle of linen shifting like a restless dream. You tiptoe back toward the arched doorway, a final glance catching the shared smiles of two patients tracing imaginary patterns on the dusty floor between them. In this place, where every sound seems to echo endlessly, you realize that healing wasn't just a solitary battle against illness, it was a collective hush, a chorus of hope humming in the dark. A crow caws from a nearby belfry as you step into the next hall, its cry slicing the morning stillness like a black ribbon. This new chamber feels less like a place of healing and more like an open philosophical debate, as if the walls themselves can't decide whether they're saving souls or sowing doom. You see a sign above the door, Domus Caritatis, House of Charity. But was it really charity? Or a medieval invitation to a slow-motion public health catastrophe? You watch a line of villagers shuffle in their faces, alight with hopeful gratitude, each clutching a tiny donation, a crust of bread, a threadbare cloak, or a copper coin, worn smooth by prayer. Monks receive them warmly, ushering them into beds already occupied by others. There is no admissions form, no question of insurance or triage. The only requirement is a beating heart and a willingness to believe that kindness might just outpace infection. A nun kneels by the entrance, pouring water from a cracked pitcher over a beggar's hands. The water runs black into a wooden bowl, and she hums a gentle chant as she works her voice, trembling like a moth's wing against a candle. You catch the pungent aroma of vinegar, their best attempt at a disinfectant. Some might say it was closer to a ritual purification than an actual medical precaution. Historians still argue if these nuns' open-door policy was a testament to divine love or merely an ignorance of microbial menace. As you edge deeper into the hall, you pass a man coughing into a rag, so frayed it looks like spider silk. Next to him, a young woman offers her last apple to an old soldier, whose armor peeks from beneath his blanket. The exchange feels as sacred as a relic handoff, two souls bridging their loneliness for a fleeting moment of sweetness. You notice wooden tokens pinned to patients' tunics. These were given to them as proof of acceptance, an early medieval version of a hospital bracelet. The tokens bear crude carvings of saints or angels, their outlines almost erased by endless fumbling fingers. In a corner, a monk holds up a small icon for a group prayer, its painted eyes worn so thin they seem to blink under the flicker of the candlelight. A large hearth glows at the center of the room, embers sighing under a pot of barley gruel. Its thin steam curls upward, catching in the dusty sunbeams like tiny spirits. This pot isn't just food, it's a symbol of warmth and communal survival. One monk ladles portions into chipped bowls with solemn precision, as if serving communion. Somewhere near the hearth, a woman clasps her chest and murmurs about visions of a saint who promised her healing if she shared her bread with others. Was it a hallucination brought on by hunger and fever, or did she genuinely glimpse a heavenly messenger? You hear soft giggles and quiet amens ripple through the group. Faith, after all, thrives on stories just as much as on bread. You turn to find a novice carefully replacing bedding under a man with an oozing leg wound. No gloves, no barrier. Just a cloth and the unwavering belief that mercy outranks safety. You wince as the novice smiles gently, his hands trembling, but resolute as though he's wrestling an invisible angel with each careful fold. At the far end, a wooden partition hides a small space reserved for final confessions and deathbed prayers. You see a figure slip behind the screen, escorted by two monks. Their voices meld into a soft, private hum. You can't help but wonder how many last breaths this humble room has witnessed, and whether charity here was a ladder to heaven or simply another rung on a communal descent into contagion. A group of children dart past, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. They chase each other around beds, unaware that they too carry invisible guests on their sleeves and under their nails. In that laughter, though, you catch a fleeting warmth, a defiant spark against the relentless march of illness. Scholars still debate whether medieval hospitals truly helped or merely shuffled death from one corner to another. Were these acts of charity shining beacons of humanity, or were they grim petri dishes in flowing habits and brown hoods? You step back, absorbing the blend of warmth and risk, mercy and menace. As the scene begins to blur around the edges, you feel an unexpected comfort in this chaotic compassion. The room hums with a collective heartbeat, a delicate harmony of hope and hazard. You exhale slowly, feeling the air thicken with the ghostly echo of all those who came seeking mercy. And perhaps in a way, they found it if only for a night. A low clang of metal startles you as you cross into a shadowed alcove where the smell shifts from incense and barley to something sharper iron and old blood. You've stumbled upon a different breed of healer, the medieval surgical apprentice. Here, young men with shaky hands and wide eyes learn lessons far beyond any scripture, their textbooks written in scars rather than Latin. A boy barely out of adolescence sharpens a blade on a foot-powered grindstone, sparks leaping like restless fireflies. Beside him, a slightly older apprentice threads coarse linen through a large curved needle with the focus of someone sewing up a prized tapestry, not a quivering human limb. You can almost hear his pulse pounding in his ears as he rehearses imaginary stitches in the cold morning light. Surgical apprentices often began as barbers trained to wield razors for beards before graduating to abscesses and amputations. The transition was abrupt and terrifying. A slip of the blade meant a customer's chin might turn into a battlefield, or worse, a patient's leg might become a ghostly relic beneath monastery soil. Historians still argue if this rapid leap from chin to shin was born of necessity or sheer medieval optimism. In the center of the room stands a rough wooden table, stained by countless procedures, its surface pocked and chipped from frantic sawing and frantic prayers. Around it hang tools that look more at home in a blacksmith's forge than a hospital bone. Saws, crude forceps, iron clamps resembling torture devices. Each gleams faintly in the torchlight, whispering threats to any flesh unlucky enough to cross their path. A senior surgeon, more seasoned butcher than doctor, demonstrates on a pig's leg barking instructions, while apprentices hover eyes wide as moonlit puddles. The master pauses to dip his fingers into a bowl of vinegar, a half-hearted attempt at disinfection, then plunges them right back into the incision. You wince, feeling a phantom twinge in your own limbs. Near the back, an apprentice fumbles with a small wooden mallet meant for breaking stubborn bones. He raises it tentatively, as if questioning whether to strike or surrender. His neighbor teases him in hushed Latin, and the room trembles with nervous laughter, like a flock of startled sparrows. Humor, however dark, was often the only anesthesia available to these young healers. At another bench, a novice surgeon practices cauterization on a hunk of pork, the sizzle and smoke rising in a nauseating symphony. The smell, a mix of scorched flesh and tallow candles, clings to your cloak, and you find yourself instinctively stepping back, nearly knocking over a tray of gleaming hooks. A small corner shrine flickers with votive candles beneath a rough carving of St. Cosmas and St. Damian, patron saints of surgeons. Apprentices kneel briefly before each session, whispering desperate prayers that today's patient might survive and that tomorrow's mistakes might be fewer. Historians still argue whether these prayers were an act of genuine faith or an existential bargaining chip tossed into a cosmic void. In the corner, a battered ledger records each attempt and each failure. Scribbled lines mark outcomes like limb removed, patient expired, or more optimistically Boyle, lanced fever receding. It's less a record of triumphs than a testament to the eternal wrestling match between human ingenuity and human fragility. An older monk peeks in eyes wide, clutching a tiny jar of honey medieval Europe's closest thing to an antiseptic balm. He sets it down beside a trembling apprentice, murmuring something like, "May it soothe where the iron cannot." You see the boy nod, pressing his lips together as he picks up the blade again. A young apprentice clutches a patient's hand, whispering comforting words in a tremor-filled voice. The patient, pale sweat-drenched, and only half-conscious, responds with a ghost of a smile before slipping back into pain delirium. It's a moment that seems to glow faintly amid the clinical chaos, a fragile reminder that beneath all the sawdust and screams, a flicker of human connection somehow survives. On a rickety shelf, a collection of teeth and small bones serves as a grim trophy cabinet. You wonder whether each fragment represents a life saved or a lesson learned at a terrible price. Perhaps in these halls, the line between mercy and mutilation is as thin as the thread weaving through those rough linen stitches. As the apprentices resume their grim choreography, you step quietly away your mind, echoing with the faint hiss of hot iron and muffled prayers. You realize that in this space scars outnumber miracles, but each scar carries its own silent testament to medieval courage and medieval misjudgment. You slip back into the main hall, each footstep, now strangely tender, as if your own bones remember the echo of those blades. A soft hush falls over the corridor as you step toward a doorway marked by a simple wooden sign, Sanctus Separatio. The air here feels different, thick with an anxious reverence, as though each breath carries 1,000 whispered goodbyes. You find yourself on the edge of the leper colony, where exile and care perform a delicate, heartbreaking dance. Beyond the threshold, you see figures draped in loose gray robes, hoods drawn low to shadow eyes that still search for kindness. These are the lepers, the medieval society's living phantoms, shuffled to the margins, not only by disease, but by divine judgment, as interpreted by trembling priests and terrified villagers. A monk stands by the entrance ringing a small iron bell. Its tinny chime echoes like a distant plea across the orchard beyond. Each arrival must announce themselves by sound alone, so no unknowing soul accidentally wanders into their haunted company. You watch as a new arrival, pale and trembling, raises his bell, with hands already marked by lesions. The sound pierces the air, a fragile hymn of despair and defiance. The colony sits on the farthest edge of the monastery grounds, beyond the herb gardens and barley fields. Wooden cottages huddle together, like a flock of weary birds, bracing against a storm. Each is no bigger than a henhouse, with narrow slits for light and straw bundles for beds. You catch a glimpse of one resident propped against the doorframe, humming a fractured psalm to the rhythm of his breath. In a small central chapel, a nun drapes a thin veil over a figure kneeling at the altar. She murmurs the farewell mass, a ritual blending comfort and quiet resignation. The words float through the open doorway, lilting and heavy all at once. Historians still argue whether these final masses were more for the leper's soul or for the community's conscience, a last ritual to soothe collective guilt as much as individual dread. Nearby, a sister carefully hands out bowls of pottage and flatbread, her movements cautious yet unwavering. Her touch is fleeting but tender, like the brush of a bird's wing against morning dew. She offers a shy smile to each patient, a fragile thread of human warmth that somehow endures beyond the sores and stigma. Further along, a wooden platform holds a pile of linen cloaks dyed with madder root, their deep red hue signaling contaminated but consecrated. Each cloak feels like a final robe, an ambiguous garment, halfway between shroud and shield. One man tenderly folds his around his shoulders, whispering a prayer that is half gratitude, half apology to the wind. A young novice tiptoes from hut to hut, delivering beeswax candles meant to mark each soul's small sanctuary. You watch him pause at one threshold, hesitating before knocking softly. Inside, a woman's voice croaks out a gentle, enter her syllables stretched like the final notes of an ancient hymn. The community here is strangely intimate, woven together, not by shared laughter or feasts, but by mutual invisibility. You overhear two men trading riddles through the thin walls, their voices rising and falling like a medieval call and response. Another pair sits silently, fingers tracing invisible patterns on each other's palms, an unspoken language, a final refuge when words feel too brittle. In a small clearing, children with partial bandages chase each other, their laughter wild and echoing against the orchard fence. It's an eerie, tender sound, as though life insists on blooming, even in the most forsaken corners. You can't help but wonder if their games are rehearsals for future escapes or simply fleeting rebellions against a fate assigned too soon. Scholars still debate whether the leper colonies were acts of mercy or mechanisms of social quarantine. Was the goal truly to protect the healthy or to bury the uncomfortable truth of human fragility far from prying eyes? The debate rattles in your mind as you watch a group gather under an ancient oak to sing a fractured hymn to St. Lazarus, patron of lepers and outcasts. A monk stands at the edge, holding a wooden staff topped with a small bell, his silhouette wavering in the noon haze. As he rings it, each person slowly bows their head as though tipping their souls toward a distant sun. You feel your own shoulders lower, an involuntary echo of their quiet surrender. You step backward from the clearing, the sweet scent of orchard blossoms drifting across your face. It mingles with the sharp tang of vinegar-soaked bandages and the earthy must of straw huts, a final olfactory tapestry you carry with you like a secret relic. As you turn to leave, you hear one final chorus drift into the warm air, parting like a prayer-shaped mist. It lingers on your skin, long after you step beyond the bell's last tremble, a gentle reminder that even in forced solitude, echoes of communion endure. A faint glow beckons you through a narrow hallway where the walls seem to lean inward, pressing secrets close to your ears. You arrive in a chamber, softly flickering with candlelight, and immediately your gaze is drawn to small glass-fronted cabinets brimming with curiosities, splinters of bone, shards of cloth, glimmering vials of mysterious liquid. These are the relic cabinets, medieval hospitals, spiritual pharmacies, repositories of faith rather than pharmaceuticals. A nun, her veil edged with soot from countless vigil lamps, moves reverently from case to case, whispering prayers as though each object might sigh back in relief. She carefully polishes a small vial, labeled Sancti Lacrimae, the tears of a saint, its cloudy contents shifting like a moonlit pond. You lean closer, half expecting to see a tiny face peer back from the depths. Scholars still argue whether these relics offered real comfort or merely pacified anxious souls starved for hope. Along one wall hangs a collection of pilgrim badges, each shaped like a shell, a cross, or a saint's foot. Once pinned to travelers' cloaks, these badges declared both devotion and the places they had sought healing. In the hospital, they were pinned above beds, believed to offer divine watchfulness. You imagine a feverish patient gazing up at a pewter scallop shell, tracing its ridges with watery eyes as if reading a celestial map home. Nearby, a young novice arranges thin silver chains strung with tiny reliquaries shaped like miniature hearts. Some contain slivers of wood from the true cross, or so the monks claimed. Others house flecks of cloth said to belong to long-dead martyrs. The novice pauses over one its contents, a single suspiciously ordinary feather. He stares at it with a blend of skepticism and wonder, perhaps questioning whether faith begins at belief or is born at doubt's edge. At the room's center stands an ornate stand, draped in velvet, upon which rests a gleaming reliquary shaped like a tiny chapel. Patients too frail to leave their straw beds are carried in to touch or simply gaze upon it. You watch an elderly man, breath rattling in his chest, extend trembling fingers toward it. His touch lands softly more caress than contact, as if afraid to break the spell or wake the saint within. Above the ceiling, beams are hung with faded ribbons and scraps of parchment covered in prayers. Their words blur in the candle haze. Pleas for relief, from gout petitions for safe childbirth cries against plague's unstoppable advance. You feel the weight of each plea tugging at the air, turning it thick and fragrant with shared vulnerability. A sister lights incense at a small altar, the smoke weaving a spectral dance around her before vanishing into the rafters. As she prays, you catch the subtle harmonies of other voices rising around her, an unplanned choir of breath and hope. One patient hums a fragment of a hymn, another mutters an Ave Maria through cracked lips, each sound a fragile ladder stretching toward a sky they may never see again. At the far end, a monk gently unwraps a small relic, a supposed saint's fingerbone, housed in a filigree tube of gilded copper. He turns it slowly in the lamplight, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and resigned exhaustion. Was it truly a piece of sanctity, or just a fragment of the endless medieval trade in holy impostures? Historians still argue whether faith in relics was a placebo, a scam, or perhaps both at once. In one corner, you spot a wooden chest brimming with small cloth tokens embroidered with saints' initials. These contact relics were distributed to patients to pin beneath their tunics, meant to shield them like spiritual armor. A young girl clutches hers as she drifts into fevered sleep, her fingers curling protectively over the tiny cloth as if it were her last anchor to the waking world. As you turn, you notice a wall niche lined with beeswax candles, each flickering weakly, some barely more than a trembling glow. Each candle represents a patient's prayer, a tiny lighthouse flickering against an ocean of uncertainty. The nun moves from candle to candle, trimming wicks and whispering benedictions. You sense her hands carrying a silent rhythm, as if each flicker is a heartbeat she must keep alive. The room hums softly, a blend of creaking floorboards, whispered supplications, and the low rustle of habit hymns brushing stone. You feel your shoulders drop your own breath, joining this medieval symphony of hopes, both whispered and screamed across centuries. You retreat from the relic chamber slowly, as if wading through honey. Each step feels heavy, with the stories pressed into these walls, each object a frozen echo of prayers long surrendered to dust. A distant echo of chanting guides you into yet another dimly lit corridor, this one pulsing faintly with rhythm rather than incense. You round the corner and step into a long, vaulted hall where echoes cling to the arches like sleeping bats. Here, music isn't merely entertainment, it's a remedy, a spiritual salve applied with careful precision. Welcome to the world of medieval musical healing. A nun eyes, half closed in concentration, stands near a small group of patients. Her voice rises and falls in a gentle psalm, each syllable stretching across the room like a warm blanket. A few patients hum along their breaths, weaving in and out of her melody like shy dancers at a twilight festival. You sense that even the cold stone walls lean forward to listen hungry for this fragile warmth. Nearby, a monk runs his fingers across the strings of a psaltery, its thin, trembling notes skimming over the audience. You see a young boy with a swollen cheek resting his head on a pillow, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a fleeting, almost involuntary smile. Historians still argue whether these soothing chants genuinely aided recovery or simply distracted patients from the gnawing ache of infection. In a corner sits an elderly patient wrapped in a quilt, stitched from old habits, his foot tapping in time with a hymn that spills from a recorder's wooden mouthpiece. Though he hasn't spoken in days, his fingers twitch rhythmically against the quilt, as though some ancient part of his spirit still waltzes in secret. A novice, pale and lanky as a candle, carefully flips the pages of an illuminated music manuscript, each page adorned with curling ivy patterns and miniature saints who seem to watch each note with quiet approval. He stumbles briefly over a Latin verse, but recovers his nervous laugh, echoing softly, before dissolving into the ongoing chant. Not far away, a nun paces with a small handbell ringing it between verses to mark transitions in the healing ritual. Patients flinch slightly at first, then settle into a gentle bobbing rhythm, their heads swaying like cornstalks in a light breeze. You catch a few stifled giggles as they imagine the bell to be a tiny wandering spirit looking for a new home. Overhead, the wooden rafters are hung with small copper chimes that tinkle whenever a draft wanders through. The overlapping sounds layer like a medieval lullaby, each note a whispered promise of calm sleep, or at the very least, a temporary reprieve from the sharp edge of pain. A nun moves from bed to bed, pressing warm fingers to temples and whispering small melodic blessings. Sometimes she stops to match a patient's labored breathing, with her own drawing them into a rhythm, like a shepherd coaxing a lamb towards safer pastures. You feel a soft hum build in your chest, an echo of those breaths, as if you too have been folded into their quiet choir. In the middle of the room, a monk lifts a small harp, its strings faintly shimmering in the flickering candlelight. He plucks a single lingering chord, and for a moment, the hall holds its breath. You notice even the rodents scuttling along the far wall pause as if caught by some invisible net. Then softly, the room exhales, and the patient's expressions soften like butter left in the sun. You pass by a patient who gently taps her fingers against a wooden board, creating a private beat beneath her breath. You lean closer and realize she's mouthing the words of a hymn from her childhood. She glances at you and offers a conspiratorial smile, as if sharing a secret that only music can translate. Near the exit, a collection of crude wooden flutes rests in a wicker basket, each one carved with small hopeful motifs, sun's bird spirals that seem to spin even when still. You imagine these flutes filling the hall with soft, wavering notes, a sonic tapestry to stitch wounded minds back together. Scholars still debate whether these sessions were true medical interventions or elaborate spiritual theater. Were they part of the body's repair, or simply a balm for the soul? You sense that for these medieval patients, such distinctions were as hazy as the candle smoke curling toward the vaulted ceiling. As you step away, your footsteps echo like fading drumbeats down the stone corridor. You carry with you a ghostly chorus, the memory of trembling strings and whispered prayers hanging at the edge of your hearing like a lullaby you can't quite remember, but can't quite forget. The moment you cross the next archway, the sweet hum of psalms is replaced by a sharp tang, the unmistakable odor of yeast and old bread. You wrinkle your nose as you enter a makeshift pharmacy of sorts, though the main ingredient here is as humble as it is peculiar bread crusts. In this room, bread isn't just food. It's a bandage, a balm, and in some cases, a miracle. You watch a nun slice through a loaf of coarse rye, her knife sawing carefully to produce thick, uneven crusts. She sets them aside in a wooden bowl, then turns to grind moldy bits from older loaves into a fine powder. This might sound more like a recipe for food poisoning than healing, but in medieval logic, mold was a divine agent, a creeping penance that might chase away worse invaders. A novice dips one of these crusts into a viscous herbal salve before pressing it gently onto a patient's festering leg wound. The patient winces at first, then settles into a resigned shiver. The crust adheres like a primitive patch meant to draw out evil humors and absorb the body's sorrows. Historians still argue Whether the monks and nuns knew that mold sometimes contained healing compounds, or if they simply trusted in divine providence disguised as rot. On a narrow shelf above a collection of bread loaves, each at a different stage of decay, sits like a grim parade of small forgotten saints. Some are green and furry as a winter moss patch, others nearly liquefied under their crusty shells. Each has a neatly scratched label for fevers, for swellings, for night tremors. You can't help but wonder what modern bakers would think of such an inventory. In a corner, an elderly monk leans over a table, carefully crumbling a particularly fragrant slice into a jar labeled ear poultices. You watch him murmur a psalm as he works his fingers trembling, not with fear, but from years of arthritic devotion. He pauses to sniff the jar, his nose wrinkling in disgust, before he seals it with a thin strip of waxed linen. Nearby, a nun demonstrates how to wrap a broken finger with a bread-soaked cloth using thin strips of linen to secure the curious dressing. She looks up, her eyes bright with something that might be pride or simply exhaustion. You sense in her a quiet faith that somehow these crusty solutions work, and maybe that faith itself was half the cure. Two young apprentices giggle over a vat of stale crusts soaking in vinegar and rosemary oil, stirring it as if they were making a hearty soup. Every now and then, one of them breaks into a snatch of song, their voices bouncing off the stone walls in warm, if slightly sour harmonies. You feel the room soften slightly, the air turning almost domestic in its simplicity. Scholars still debate whether the use of bread was born from desperation or genuine empirical observation. Did they notice wounds healed faster under moldy wraps, or was it just another chapter in their grand narrative of symbolic gestures? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere between science and superstition, hidden in the crumb of a forgotten crust. A woman reclines on a pallet, her leg propped up on a small wooden stool. A fresh bread poultice covers a deep gash, and she absent-mindedly hums to a fly circling above her. You catch fragments of her tune, a children's rhyme twisted into a quiet private prayer. Her eyes drift closed, and for a moment the room feels suspended between worlds, halfway kitchen, halfway cathedral. On the far wall, a tapestry depicts Saint Elizabeth handing a loaf to a beggar. The embroidery is frayed, the colors dulled to soft whispers of saffron and ochre. Yet the image seems to watch over the entire space, blessing each crust, each cautious stitch, each whispered Ave. A final glance around reveals baskets of fresh loaves arriving from the convent's bakery. These too will begin their transformation from sustenance to salve, living out a second stranger life. The idea that bread could mend flesh as well as fill bellies speaks to a medieval imagination that saw no real boundary between body and spirit, between feast and first aid. As you step away, the sharp scent of vinegar and sour yeast clings to your cloak like an invisible relic. You feel a quiet warmth, a tenderness that transcends the mold and grime, echoing the simple comfort that sometimes the humblest crust might hold the softest mercy. The moon hovers above the cloister garden like a watchful eye as you glide down another corridor, this one alive with the rustle of woolen habits and the faint hush of whispered benedictions. You find yourself in the night ward, where the flickering glow of beeswax candles reveals the quiet ballet of the saintly night nurses, the nuns who cradle bodies and souls alike, long after most of the world has slipped into dreams. You spot a sister adjusting a patient's linen wrap, her fingers gentle as moth wings. She leans close, her breath warm against a fevered forehead, murmuring phrases that sound like both lullaby and exorcism. The patient's eyelids flutter, as if pulled downward by the soft gravity of her voice. Historians still argue whether these whispered prayers truly healed or merely offered comfort until the body surrendered. A young nun glides past carrying a small clay pot filled with rosemary oil. She dips her fingers in and anoints a row of cheeks, tracing soft crosses that leave behind the faintest glimmer. You notice that she hums as she works each note, folding into the air like the gentle tuck of a blanket. It's a melody so subtle that even the mice in the corners pause to listen. Further along, a nun balances a brass lamp in one hand and a shallow wooden bowl in the other. She offers sips of warm herbal broth to each patient, holding their heads with a tenderness that seems almost celestial. One man, his voice reduced to a dry rasp, manages to croak a soft "Amen" after each swallow. She smiles, brushing a strand of hair from his brow, a small gesture that seems to shine brighter than the lamp she carries. In a quiet alcove, a patient thrashes in his sleep, muttering half-formed apologies to unseen spirits. A sister sits at his side, her hands folded around his, whispering stories of saints and miracles. Occasionally, she presses her forehead to his knuckles, sharing the warmth of her skin, as though trying to draw out the fever through sheer devotion. Nearby, a small altar flickers with dozens of candles, each one representing a patient's fragile tether to the world. A nun stands before it, eyes closed, swaying gently as if rocked by an unseen tide. Her lips form silent prayers, and her fingers dance through the air in gestures that resemble a conductor guiding a nocturnal symphony only she can hear. In one corner, a sister carefully brushes a patient's hair, her strokes deliberate and meditative. Each pass of the wooden comb seems to untangle not just knots, but memories, regrets, and the final whispers of a life unraveling. You sense that in this simple act lies an entire theology that touch can be both sacrament and farewell. A novice nervously attempts to read from a small psalter, stumbling over Latin phrases that slip through her lips like shy birds. The patient before her, an elderly woman with sunken cheeks, watches with soft eyes, occasionally correcting a word with a thin, reedy voice. Their exchange becomes a fragile duet, a shared vigil that feels almost like a private sunrise. Scholars still debate whether these night nurses believed they possessed healing hands, or whether their constant presence was simply a final act of kindness, a last human anchor for souls preparing to drift. Perhaps it didn't matter in these dark halls. Belief itself was as potent as any salve. On a low shelf, you see a basket filled with dried lavender sachets, each stitched with a small cross. A nun takes one and tucks it under a patient's pillow, her thumb tracing the cross like a whispered promise of protection against night terrors. As dawn's pale fingers begin to stretch across the window, slats the room shivers softly in anticipation. You hear a final hymn swell and then dissolve into the hush of the hour before sunrise, that suspended breath when the world feels closest to its own heart. You linger for a moment, absorbing the warmth that pulses quietly beneath the surface of these hushed ministrations. Here the nun's devotion glows not in dramatic miracles, but in the steady glow of nightly kindness, the steadfast tending to suffering bodies as though each one held a secret constellation waiting to be mapped. You step away, the taste of lavender and broth lingering in your mind like a gentle echo. It feels as if you've just passed through the softest chapter of a long, winding prayer, one meant not for gods above, but for the fragile, flickering lamps of humanity lying just below. A faint tremor of morning light starts to creep across the corridor walls as you step into yet another hall, this one alive, with clinking wooden bowls and the low gurgle of bubbling cauldrons. You've arrived at the heart of an often overlooked experiment in medieval healing hospital food. Forget the pale trays of mystery meat you might know today here. Each gruel and ale is brewed with equal parts superstition and genuine culinary curiosity. A nun stands over a massive pot of barley gruel, her sleeves rolled up, stirring with a carved ashwood paddle that looks more suited for steering a small boat. As she stirs, she mutters small blessings, punctuating each turn with a rhythmic tap against the rim. The smell wafts toward you, nutty, earthy, and unexpectedly comforting. Patients believed this gruel didn't just fill their bellies. It stoked what they called the inner furnace, a warmth thought essential to chase away bad humors. At a small side table, a novice slices leeks and sprigs of mint into a shallow wooden trough. His knife strokes, hesitant and deliberate. He pauses often to recite snippets of Latin verses, as though each syllable might infuse the vegetables with extra healing power. A bowl of onions rests nearby, their sharp scent slicing the damp air like a tiny edible sermon. One patient slurps noisily from a thick clay mug of ale tonic, a cloudy brew infused with mugwort and sage. The man smacks his lips between gulps and wheezes out a soft chuckle. You lean closer and catch him muttering about how he's certain each sip adds an hour to his life, or at least to his patience. Historians still argue whether these herbal ales offered any medicinal benefits, or simply gave patients a reason to believe tomorrow might dawn a little softer. In a corner, a small group of sisters gathers around a table laden with crusty loaves, rough cheese wheels, and baskets of foraged nuts. They portion these carefully into bowls, sometimes swapping jokes and whispers, and laughing with a warmth that cuts through the morning chill. One nun holds up a walnut and declares it God's tiny skull, and the others giggle, shaking their veils like mischievous schoolchildren. Nearby, a monk grates stale bread into a thin broth, his eyes squinting in concentration. Once finished, he sprinkles a dash of wild thyme across the surface, then holds it up toward a narrow shaft of dawn light, filtering through a slit window, offering a silent benediction. You wonder if to him each floating leaf represents a prayer drifting up toward the rafters. Patients lean over their bowls, some inhaling deeply before even tasting, as if the scent alone might revive them. You spot a woman with a bandaged arm pressing her nose close to the steam, her shoulders dropping with relief as she breathes in the thyme and barley vapor. Another man savors each spoonful like it's a feast prepared by angels, closing his eyes after every bite and humming softly in gratitude. A small tapestry above the hearth depicts Saint Martha feeding a bedridden Lazarus, the threadwork slightly faded, but the sentiment radiantly intact. The nuns pause, occasionally, to glance at it, as if drawing invisible instructions from each stitched line. Historians still debate whether such symbolic references truly shaped kitchen practices or simply comforted the cooks in their late-night labors. At the far end of the room, a novice stands over a set of small clay cups, each filled with warm almond milk mixed with honey and chamomile. She tests the temperature with her wrist before serving them, her eyes soft as a candle flame. You watch as she coaxes an elderly patient to sip slowly, her soft words weaving around the man's trembling fingers like ivy. Near the door, a group of patients huddles over a communal bowl of digestive pudding. a mixture so thick it could probably be sculpted into a gargoyle if left unattended. One patient jokes that it might sprout legs and escape, prompting thin, raspy laughter that flutters upward like startled sparrows. Scholars still argue whether these culinary experiments reflected actual medical insight or were just improvised attempts to nurture both body and spirit when options were scarce. Perhaps it was a bit of both, a warm spoonful of hope ladled into the daily struggle against shadows. As you step back, the air around you seems heavier with warmth and roasted sweetness. You feel a peculiar comfort blooming in your chest, a small, savory echo of communal humanity that lingers longer than any herb or broth ever could. You move on with a gentle fullness, as though you've shared in an invisible banquet meant to heal not just wounds, but the deeper hunger that only kindness can satisfy. A shiver of cool air kisses your neck as you drift away from the warmth of the kitchen, leading you into a dim corridor lined with flickering candles. Each flame trembles as if it senses the stories hiding behind every threadbare curtain. You've reached the heart of medieval containment, the quarantine wing. Here, the battle wasn't just against disease, but against fear itself, a quiet war waged one threadbare cloak at a time. Your eyes adjust to the half-light revealing bundles of straw beds, spaced with careful awkwardness, as though each one fears the breath of its neighbor. Over each bed hangs a thin cord from which dangles a simple beeswax candle. At night, these candles are lit, serving as both vigil and warning, a soft golden barrier whispering, "Do not cross." A nun stands at the far end, dipping strips of linen into a pot of vinegar and rosemary. She wrings each one tightly before draping them over wooden pegs near the door. These cloths, believed to capture bad airs, are replaced at dawn and dusk with quiet reverence. You watch as she hums softly to herself, perhaps to fill the heavy hush, or perhaps to soothe her own fears as she tends to these unseen battlegrounds. By the door, a novice hangs a fresh white cloth embroidered with a single black cross, the medieval equivalent of a hazard sign. The cloth ripples gently in the corridor's draft, a delicate ghost of warning. Historians still debate whether such symbols were truly effective or simply reassured the fearful minds outside these walls. In a nearby alcove, a patient leans against a rough wooden screen, eyes closed, cradling a candle stub in trembling fingers. The candle's flame sputters every time he exhales, as if each breath threatens to extinguish the little fortress of light. You sense that this ritual isn't just about separating bodies, but souls, a way to mark the living from the nearly departed, and to make sense of the blurred boundary between them. Near another bed, a nun offers a bowl of warm broth at arm's length, her face partially hidden by a thin linen veil, soaked in wine and sage. She whispers gentle encouragements, though her voice sounds distant, muffled by layers of fabric and fear. The patient tries to smile, his lips splitting at the corners like overbaked bread, but his eyes gleam with gratitude, perhaps for the broth, perhaps for her bravery. In one shadowy corner, a small wooden table holds a stack of threadbare cloaks dyed in a weak saffron hue. Each cloak is marked with a stitched symbol, a crude moon, a crooked star, a half-finished cross. These were used to identify the quarantined if they had to step beyond their designated spaces, a patchwork language of sickness and survival. A young monk shuffles by, clutching a small censer, belching sweet-smelling smoke of frankincense and juniper. He swings it carefully, allowing curls of smoke to drift into each alcove, hoping to chase away demons, both literal and metaphorical. You follow the twisting columns of scent as they rise toward the cracked stone ceiling, vanishing into the unseen arches like silent prayers. By the window, a patient scratches small marks into the wooden sill, a tally of days survived, or perhaps days still to endure. The scratches look like tiny claw marks, and you wonder what stories each line might tell, if only you could lean close enough without crossing that invisible barrier. A tapestry flutters faintly at the end of the hall, depicting Saint Sebastian, riddled with arrows, yet serenely alive, a quiet nod to the strange medieval admiration for surviving torment. You feel the irony settle heavy in your bones. Here survival itself becomes a kind of sainthood, marked not by miracles, but by silent endurance. Scholars still argue whether these quarantine methods truly curbed disease or simply created a false sense of security. Were these candles and cloaks acts of wisdom desperation, or perhaps a little of both? The answer hovers in the air, as fragile and wavering as the flame of each vigil candle. As you prepare to leave the corridor, your steps echo softly, weaving through the hush of muffled breaths and whispered prayers. You feel the urge to glance back, as if to offer a nod of solidarity to those whose final audience might have been nothing more than a flickering light and a distant hymn. You emerge into the next hall, carrying an invisible residue, the solemn knowledge that sometimes the bravest battles are fought in silence, armed only with thin linen, trembling candles, and a steadfast hope that tomorrow might arrive just one more time. You exhale your breath, fogging slightly in the cooler air of the next chamber. A space so still, it feels as if the walls themselves are listening. Here, under the arching ribs of a vaulted ceiling, lies the hospital's final threshold, a place where souls are cradled as carefully as bodies once were. This is the domain of deathbed rituals and final visits, a quiet theater of last confessions, whispered forgiveness, and the trembling hush of farewells. A nun kneels beside a patient, her hands folded tightly around his limp fingers. Her voice floats through the room in soft currents, a psalm here, a gentle Ave there, each phrase rising like small paper boats set adrift toward the unknown. The patient eyelids fluttering, as if fighting off a final sleep, seems to breathe in each word, as though they might hold him tethered to this world a moment longer. Nearby, a young monk stands vigil with a beeswax candle, its flame catching every shiver of the man's breath. He shifts his weight nervously, glancing between the candle and the man's face, as if waiting for some celestial sign to signal release. Scholars still debate whether these vigil flames were meant to guide the soul heavenward or to reassure the living that no one left the world alone. On a simple wooden table rests a small basin of holy water and a sprig of rosemary. The nun dips the rosemary and flicks droplets across the patient's brow and chest, each flick anointing both body and spirit. The droplets catch the lamplight, forming a constellation of tiny stars, a quiet reminder that even the smallest gestures can map the vast, unknowable sky between life and death. In one corner, you notice a mother, cradling her adult son's head in her lap, her thumb tracing a slow, rhythmic circle on his temple. Her lips move in a silent lullaby, perhaps the same one she sang decades earlier, when he first fought sleep in a cradle rather than a straw bed. Now, the circle she draws seems to be guiding him across that final sea, a gentle push toward a distant shore. At the foot of another bed, a small wooden crucifix lies across a patient's chest. A novice sits beside it, reciting verses from a worn psalter, stumbling over Latin syllables that slide around his tongue like marbles. The patient, frail as parchment, opens one eye and lets out a thin chuckle, the sound brittle but impossibly bright. The novice blushes nods and begins again with renewed care, as if even imperfection holds grace in this room. A nun paces slowly down the aisle between beds, offering thin slivers of unleavened bread and sips of watered wine, the final Eucharist, a ritual that fuses earthly hunger and heavenly promise into a single bittersweet act. The recipients lift trembling hands, each movement a testament to the human instinct to reach for comfort, even at the precipice of the unknown. One patient clasps a small icon of Saint Michael to his chest, murmuring a soft litany of fears and regrets. He pauses, eyes darting to the ceiling beams, as if seeking approval from an unseen audience. Historians still argue whether these final confessions were truly for the soul's purification, or simply a balm to quiet the clamor of an anxious heart. A tapestry at the far end depicts Christ as a shepherd guiding lambs over a moonlit hill. In the candlelight, the lambs seem almost to move their stitched heads, tilting ever so slightly, as if listening to each departing breath. You can't help but imagine that somewhere within these threads lie countless hidden prayers woven one quiet stitch at a time. A novice kneels at the doorway, with a small bell, ringing it softly whenever a soul slips beyond the final veil. The sound is delicate and trembles in the stillness like a moth's wing against parchment. Each chime signals to those waiting nearby a passage has been completed, a candle has gone out. As you step carefully past each bed, your footsteps blend with the soft shuffling of habits and the occasional ragged sigh. You feel as though each inhale is borrowed, each exhale an offering left behind in this hush of woven prayers and whispered goodbyes. You reach the exit, pausing to glance back at the gentle ballet of parting gestures, a sister's hand pressed to a forehead, a novice smoothing a blanket, a patient's fingers flexing around a wooden cross. Here death is not a thief in the night, but a quiet guest ushered in with candles, rosemary, and final murmurs of forgiveness. You slip away the echoes of soft benedictions clinging to your mind like the fading warmth of a candle snuffed just before dawn. A quiet warmth glows at the end of the hall as you step into a small chamber humming with a different kind of life. In this last chapter of your journey, you enter the nursery, a space where hope and heartbreak share the same cradle. Here, the foundling cribs stand like wooden guardians of fragile beginnings, each one carrying the weight of an uncertain future. You hear it first, the soft hiccuping wails of newborns, echoing off the stone walls like tiny bells at vespers. Nuns move from crib to crib with the serene choreography of moonlit dancers swaddling each baby in rough-spun linen and whispering quiet blessings into peach fuzz ears. One sister pauses to kiss a tiny forehead, her eyes closing for a moment as if sealing a promise only she and the child will ever understand. Along the back wall, a row of wooden cribs stands beneath a narrow window that filters in the first shy blush of dawn. Each crib bears a small wooden token, a carved heart, a simple cross, a crescent moon left by desperate mothers hoping to claim their babies again one day. Historians still debate whether these tokens were realistic symbols of reunion or fragile illusions offered to soothe a mother's final goodbye. A novice carefully stirs a pot of barley water, the thin gruel meant to nourish infants too weak to cry. As he ladles it into a small horn cup, his hands tremble just slightly, revealing the gravity of holding a life in the balance. You watch as he offers it to a swaddled bundle no bigger than a loaf of bread. The child's lips quiver, then latch each tiny gulp of victory against the vast shadows that crowd the nursery's edges. Nearby, a nun croons a lullaby, whose words seem stitched from equal parts hope and sorrow. A baby reaches out a fragile fist clutching at the empty air before settling against her chest. You feel a pang, as though each note of the lullaby has hooked itself onto your ribs. In a quiet corner, a wooden tub filled with warm lavender water awaits the morning wash. A sister gently dips each baby, murmuring invocations as she works for strength, for breath, for dreams yet to come. The scent of lavender drifts through the chamber like a soft, invisible veil, wrapping even you in a fragile comfort. A mother, visiting her abandoned child for a final time, sits on a low stool, her head bowed. Her fingers stroke the child's blanket, tracing small circles that seem to echo prayers too private for sound. She stands after a while, presses her lips to the baby's forehead, and leaves without looking back, her departure as silent and final as the closing of a tomb. One small boy lies bundled in a corner crib, his eyes bright as polished jetstones. He watches the flutter of candle flames, fascinated, perhaps dreaming of stories he cannot yet tell. A nun hovers nearby, cooing softly, her hand resting on his chest, as though to anchor him in this world. At the far end, a tapestry depicts the Madonna cradling the infant Christ, her eyes downcast in an expression both tender and resigned. In the flickering candlelight, the infant's stitched hand seems to reach outward, forever yearning. The tapestry is frayed, its colors softened to dusky pastels, but its quiet plea is unmistakable nurture, even in uncertainty. Love, even in loss. Scholars still argue whether medieval hospitals took in these infants out of pure charity, or as a means of religious duty, fulfilling the notion of saving souls before saving bodies. Perhaps it was a blend of both, a fragile dance between devotion and survival, stitched together with faith and faint lullabies. A sister arranges small cloth dolls beside each crib, each doll hand-stitched from scraps of discarded habits. These are no mere toys. They are sentinels, tiny guardians tasked with keeping nightmares at bay. You watch her pause at each crib to whisper a final blessing, her fingers briefly brushing each baby's forehead in a silent promise. As dawn fully breaks, golden light spills into the room, painting halos across the cribs and pooling around the sisters like spilled honey. The babies stir and stretch their tiny fingers, opening and closing as though grasping at morning dreams. You feel your own breath slow, as if synchronizing with the soft sighing rhythm of the nursery. You step away from the cribs, your heart still cradling whispered hopes and silent prayers. Each tiny breath you left behind feels like a secret note waiting to unfold. Now imagine a world where even your pulse and scent become divine maps, a world ready to read you in ways you never imagined. Imagine a world where your pulse isn't just a rhythm, but a cosmic map, where each gentle thump is said to echo the flow of celestial rivers inside you. Picture doctors scrutinizing your tongue as if it's a coded manuscript, or sniffing your scent to divine hidden imbalances. Why was your forehead the most gossipy part of your body? Why did your cheeks betray your liver? And what does it say about us that we once trusted a sweaty old man to read our wind channels? You drift through a darkened corridor, lined with silk screens and fragrant incense, the echo of soft sandals brushing against polished wooden floors. In ancient China, medicine was more than bandages and bitter brews. It was an intimate dance with the universe. You approach an elderly physician, his fingers hovering just above your wrist. He closes his eyes, listening, as though each pulse beat is a distant drum echoing from a hidden mountain. The art of pulse diagnosis, or MI, wasn't a simple check for a fast or slow rhythm. There were said to be 28 distinct pulse types each, with poetic names slippery like pearls, wiry like a taut string, floating as duckweed. You try to imagine your own pulse transforming into metaphors. Is it a silken thread in moonlight, or the roar of a dragon through bamboo? Historians still debate whether these pulse variations truly signaled specific organ issues, or whether they served more as symbolic tools for doctor-patient bonding, an ancient precursor to bedside manner that leaned heavily on mystery. In those days, your face was a landscape to be mapped. A single spot between your brows hinted at gallbladder troubles. Shadows around your mouth could betray digestive woes. You feel a tingle along your jawline as the physician gently traces unseen channels, mumbling about wind and dampness, as though describing a countryside weather forecast rather than your bodily state. Meanwhile, the notion of meridians, invisible channels connecting organs and energy centers, guided every diagnosis. The same lines that informed acupuncture also shaped the doctor's every conclusion. One scholar in the 14th century described these pathways as tiny silk roads weaving through your flesh, carrying not just blood, but qi, your life force, your cosmic breath. Even today, scholars disagree whether these roads had a physical basis or existed purely as a metaphorical map. You lie there, half skeptical, half enchanted, as if someone's describing secret rivers running beneath a sleepy old town. In this delicate ritual, no detail was too small. The temperature of your skin, the tone of your voice, even how quickly your sweat dried, everything was a clue. A woman with pearly sweat might be seen as more virtuous or healthy, while sticky sweat foretold lurking troubles. Yes, your sweat had moral character in medieval Chinese diagnostics. Imagine blaming your sticky forehead for a bout of heartbreak or bad business luck. To add another layer of quirk, some doctors insisted on sniffing their patients carefully. Certain odors were associated with specific organ dysfunctions. An aromatic sweet scent hinted at spleen disorders. A rancid sour odor might expose liver grievances. It's as if a doctor today leaned in, took a big whiff, and diagnosed your taxes as chaotic wind energy. And yet, despite all the arcane poetry, there was a sincerity that still feels touching. Physicians saw themselves as mediators between heaven and earth, as caretakers of not just your body, but your entire cosmic narrative. They weren't simply patching up wounds. They were aligning you with the stars, tuning your breath to the quiet hum of the universe. Imagine lying there, the warm glow of an oil lamp flickering beside you. The physician hums softly, his fingers pressing gently in rhythm with your breath. In this hush, you feel oddly seen, your worries and fevers wrapped in metaphors of floating clouds and hidden dragons. Whether you believed or not, something about this elaborate theater of care might have felt deeply comforting, like being wrapped in a soft silk robe on a cold morning. Historians still puzzle over whether these meridian theories improved survival rates or mostly offered spiritual placebo. Yet even now, many practitioners in parts of East Asia continue to value pulse reading, albeit blended with modern diagnostics. In some contemporary clinics, you might still find an earnest practitioner peering at your tongue or pinching your earlobe as if it holds secrets to your future headaches. As you listen to the quiet thumps of your own pulse tonight, think of it not as a simple beat, but as an ancient whisper from a timeless inner river, echoing through jade corridors and incense-laden halls. With each heartbeat, you step further into this strange, delicate world, one where your organs moonlight as celestial storytellers, and your sweat gets a moral rating. Your breath slows. Your fingers twitch softly beneath your blanket. Somewhere in the distance, the imagined hum of a bamboo flute drifts by, mingling with the memory of warm hands on your wrist and the soft rustle of silk robes. You sink deeper, wondering what your own meridians might say, if only they could speak. There's a peculiar comfort in thinking your perfume might protect you from the plague, as if rosewater spritzes could hold back death's knock at your door. You slip into a sunlit courtyard, the walls dappled with geometric mosaics and sweet wafts of jasmine winding through the air. In the medieval Arabic world, fragrance wasn't just for seduction or religious ceremony. It was a genuine prescription, a sensory armor against sickness. You watch as an apothecary in a linen robe stirs a copper basin, carefully blending rose, myrrh, musk, and saffron into a glossy elixir that catches the light like liquid sunrise. The idea of perfume medicine, or tib al-itar, bridged aesthetic delight and therapeutic ambition. Doctors believed that bad air miasma, carried disease, so surrounding yourself with pleasant scents was thought to repel evil humors and malevolent spirits. It wasn't only a defense, it was a kind of quiet defiance, a fragrant statement that you would not surrender to invisible enemies lurking in the breeze. Historians still debate whether these scented concoctions had any real antimicrobial effect or simply comforted patients through placebo and ritual. You peek into private bathhouses where steam curls above rose-infused water, and women relax under domed ceilings painted with stars. Afterward, they dust themselves with ambergris or sandalwood powders, a sensual choreography meant to fortify the body and soothe the mind. In smoky corners of markets, perfume sellers wave fans over charred lumps of incense, creating aromatic clouds that drift lazily toward cautious onlookers. You feel yourself inhaling deeply, as if each breath might scrub away not just illness, but also the weight of unspoken worries. Doctors prescribe different perfumes for different moods and ailments. Jasmine might calm a restless mind. Woody could encourage spiritual clarity. Rose was nearly universal, a floral ambassador promising to mend heartbreak and strengthen the inner winds. Imagine your local pharmacy today offering a prescription for heartbreak. Take 2 spritzes of rose water and call me in the morning. Some patients wore little scent-filled pouches pinned to their robes, turning themselves into walking gardens. You might see an elderly scholar, his beard stained with ink, carrying a sachet heavy with frankincense as he debates medical ethics in a courtyard. Or a merchant returning from Damascus, his coat lined with musk sachets to stave off caravan coughs and dusty fevers. In royal courts, the ritual of perfume application could last hours. Servants fanned the air, while attendants gently tapped rosewater onto the forehead and cheeks, then massaged the scalp with cedar oil. Every layer built a fragrant fortress. It wasn't just about smelling nice. It was believed to realign one's spiritual constitution, to harmonize the humors before any actual illness could invade. A particularly quirky practice involved burning fumigant balls, tiny spheres of resin herbs, and powdered pearls. Set alight, they filled rooms with thick, otherworldly fogs, meant to chase away devils of the air. You imagine guests stumbling out of smoky chambers, half dazed and half convinced they'd just undergone a cosmic detox. Scholars still argue whether these fumigations merely masked the odors of city life or truly had purifying qualities beyond psychological relief. As twilight spills into the courtyard, you glimpse a physician gently wiping a young girl's face with rose-water cloths while reciting soft Quranic verses. The scene feels part ritual, part lullaby, an intimate moment where healing is as much about faith and touch as about chemistry. In the hush of these fragrant corridors, you sense the merging of medicine and art, of body and soul. Each scent becomes a whispered promise. You are safe. You are whole. You draw in a deep, imaginary breath, perhaps of jasmine and oud, and let it fill the quiet spaces of your mind. You turn to leave, trailing an invisible veil of floral and woody notes behind you. Perhaps you catch a final glimpse of the apothecary crushing petals at dawn, the first rays glinting off his brass mortar. Even centuries later, some perfumes still echo these ancient recipes, delicate ghosts of an era when fragrance carried the weight of hope and the shape of a prayer. Your heart might race at the thought of fever, but what if you could dance it right out of your body? You step into a moonlit clearing where a ring of figures sway and stamp around a crackling fire. In medieval Africa, healing wasn't confined to poultices and roots. It was alive in the rhythm of feet against earth, in chants that spiraled into the night sky. You hear the low beat of talking drums echoing like a second pulse deep in your chest, calling forth the spirit of wellness from the darkness. Among the Yoruba, the Zulu, and many other groups, sickness was often seen not merely as a physical event, but as a disruption in spiritual harmony. Healing dances aim to rebalance this invisible order. A healer, often an elder woman known as a sangoma, might lead the charge, her ankle bells jingling like distant stars. She gestures to you to join, to shake off your spirit of fever as though tossing away a heavy cloak. These dances could last all night. You can almost feel the rising heat of collective energy, a wave cresting higher with each chant. Participants believed that each leap or twist expelled bad winds from the body, carrying away invisible parasites of misfortune and illness. Historians still debate whether the primary aim was spiritual purification or a form of communal psychotherapy, perhaps both. The laughter, tears, and sweat merged into a single potent medicine. Alongside the drumming, the air thrummed with the scent of burning herbs, sage sweetgrass, and sometimes local resins. The smoke curled around dancers believed to blind malevolent spirits that might cling to the sick. You picture a young man convulsing in rhythm, his family urging him on, convinced he's shaking free of a curse. Next to him, an old woman howls a melody that seems to echo from before time itself. In some communities, painted masks played a crucial role. Worn during these rituals, they transformed dancers into ancestors or animal spirits, bridging the gap between earthly suffering and cosmic healing. A mask might be adorned with feathers, porcupine quills, or shimmering beads, each symbolizing a protective force. Imagine a feverish mind finding clarity through the hypnotic swirl of color and movement. The environment was as important as the movements. Healing circles were often set up at crossroads or near sacred trees, believed to be conduits between the human world and the unseen. The moon overhead served as a silent witness, casting silver patterns onto the shivering leaves. You might find a few watchers in the shadows, clutching charms and whispering prayers to unseen ancestors. Not every dance was wild. Some took the form of slow gliding movements meant to cool the blood after a fiery illness. Here, the focus shifted from expulsion to gentle realignment, as if inviting health back like a shy guest, rather than forcing sickness out like an unwelcome intruder. An overlooked detail, dancers often consume special energy potions made of honey roots or fermented grains before beginning. Part stamina booster, part spiritual fortifier. These brews were said to help connect the dancer to protective spirits. Historians argue whether these drinks were medicinally potent or mainly acted as a psychological spark, yet no one denies the sheer power they had to transform a circle of sickly bodies into a blazing constellation of hope. As dawn tinges the sky pink and gold, the circle slowly disperses. Bodies collapse onto mats, exhausted but smiling. A healer sprinkles cool water onto steaming foreheads, murmuring blessings into each drop. You find yourself wanting to close your eyes and sway gently, imagining each heartbeat syncing with the drum's fading echo. In that afterglow, you sense that these dances weren't merely about survival, but a defiant declaration. We are still here. We are alive. The shared movement, the communal sweat, and the pulsing earth beneath bare feet formed a sacred promise that even sickness could not easily sever. You feel a soft hum deep inside you, now an echo of a distant drum, a whisper from ancestors you've never met, but somehow always carried. A gentle trickle of blood might make you faint today, but centuries ago it was considered a gift to the gods, a sacred offering to protect your body and soul from invisible foes. You wander into a moonlit temple courtyard in Tenochtitlan, the air thick with the scent of copal incense and the distant echo of reed flutes. Stone altars glisten under torchlight, and rows of priests cloaked in jaguar skins move with silent precision. In Aztec, culture blood wasn't just a bodily fluid. It was divine currency, the essential fuel that kept the universe turning. To refuse to give it was to risk cosmic imbalance and quite literally the end of the world. Unlike the large-scale sacrificial spectacles, you might imagine self-bloodletting or auto-sacrifice was often private and deeply personal. You imagine a young noble quietly pricking his ear or tongue, letting drops fall onto strips of amate paper before burning them as offerings. It wasn't always dramatic. It could be as intimate as a morning prayer, a quick, sharp reminder of devotion and fragility. Historians still debate whether these private rituals were more about individual piety or political allegiance, an ongoing argument as fiery as the temple braziers themselves. The preferred tools were stingray spines, obsidian blades, and even sharp maguey thorns, each chosen for their symbolic resonance and practical sting. You picture a priest, deftly handling a thorn, the brief wince of pain, followed by a soft, resigned exhale. It's a moment that feels strangely tender, a fleeting dance with mortality dressed in flickering firelight. Aside from pleasing the gods, these blood gifts were believed to ward off illness. Disease was thought to be a punishment, or sign of imbalance, a spiritual debt, if you will. By offering blood, you paid in advance, a kind of cosmic insurance policy against plagues and mysterious fevers that swept through the bustling markets and crowded causeways. The process didn't end with the bleeding. Participants might undergo ritual fasting, inhale sacred tobacco, or spend hours chanting in flower-adorned chambers to amplify the healing power of their sacrifice. The air would shimmer with the scent of crushed marigold petals and the earthy tang of fresh blood, an alchemy of devotion and dread. You sense the hush that would descend over the room, the tension of collective breath, as each drop fell a chorus of hearts beating in solemn unison. Some practitioners believed certain body parts had unique energies. The tongue, for instance, represented speech and breath, vital links to the gods. Offering tongue blood wasn't merely about pain. It was about silencing earthly chatter to listen more keenly to divine whispers. You find yourself unconsciously pressing your own tongue against your teeth, imagining the metallic tang, the sudden warmth. An overlooked detail, people often painted themselves with the resulting blood-tracing lines down the cheeks or across the chest as visible prayers. In markets and festivals, you might spot someone marked this way, each line a quiet testament to inner strength or recent ritual bravery. Scholars argue whether this public display was meant to invite respect or to serve as a living reminder of the community's spiritual debts. When major ceremonies approached, these personal sacrifices became community spectacles, merging hundreds of small rituals into a city-wide symphony of devotion. The city thrummed with tension and anticipation. Even the lakes seemed to hold their breath. Imagine the reflection of torchlight dancing on water, shimmering like 1,000 tiny altars. In this twilight, between the human and divine, the Aztecs wove a web of protection as real to them as any herbal tonic or smoky fumigation. You feel the lingering warmth on your skin, as if a gentle palm presses reassurance into your shoulder. You have given you are guarded. As dawn peeks over the volcanic skyline, the city slowly wakes. The markets fill with cacao vendors and flower sellers, the echo of drums fading into the soft babble of morning trade. You carry a phantom sting in your arm, a trace of borrowed courage, a quiet heartbeat reminding you that healing once came, not from swallowing pills, but from offering your very essence to the universe. Imagine believing that a spoonful of clarified butter could save your life and not just your arteries. You tiptoe into a dimly lit Ayurvedic chamber in medieval India. Soft lamplight flickers across brass bowls filled with golden ghee-fragrant herbs and piles of jewel-toned spices. A physician in flowing cotton robes greets you with a serene nod, his eyes scanning you not as a collection of symptoms, but as a symphony of energies waiting to be retuned. Central to Ayurveda is the concept of doshas, the three primary energy types: vata, air, and ether; pitta, fire, and water; and kapha, earth and water. The balance of these doshas supposedly dictates your physical and mental well-being. Tonight, you learn that your erratic sleep patterns might be a pitta disturbance, or your endless snack cravings a kapha rebellion. Historians still debate whether these energetic types were early attempts at personalized medicine or purely poetic metaphors for human temperament. Before any treatment, the physician might inspect your tongue like a delicate scroll. He examines its color shape and even the mysterious cracks running across it, each marking a tale of internal turmoil. A pale tongue hints at blood deficiency. A thick white coating could signify digestive sloth. You imagine sticking out your own tongue under this scholarly gaze, feeling both exposed and oddly flattered to be read like a rare manuscript. Beyond diagnosis, ghee held a special, almost mystical place in Ayurvedic healing. Not merely a cooking fat, it was considered an elixir of life, a carrier of herbs, a cleanser of toxins, and a fortifier of mental clarity. In certain treatments, called panchakarma, ghee was consumed in increasing doses to loosen deep-rooted impurities. You try not to picture yourself chugging warm butter at sunrise, but here it was, as natural as morning tea. Some healers believed that ghee, when infused with specific herbs, could even reverse aging or ignite digestive fire, a concept crucial to medieval Indian health. A sluggish Agni, or inner flame, was blamed for everything from depression to bad dreams. You catch a faint whiff of cardamom and turmeric as the physician stirs a pot, the surface shimmering like a tiny sunrise. Ayurveda also loved its taste-based theories. Bittersweet, salty sour, pungent, and astringent, each taste had a role in harmonizing your body's inner drama. A spoonful of bitter neem might banish excess heat, while a sweet mango pulp was believed to comfort an anxious spirit. The idea of food, as both healer and philosopher's stone, feels delightfully indulgent, as if every meal might moonlight as a therapy session. An often overlooked detail, some Ayurvedic texts advised applying herbal pastes to the forehead or even inserting medicated oils into the nostrils, a practice called nasya. The notion was to clear mental fog and open psychic pathways. You shudder delicately, imagining peppermint oil dripping through your sinuses, promising enlightenment, or at least a very vivid sneeze. In small village clinics, treatments might unfold to the soundtrack of mantras chanted by the healer, each syllable thought to vibrate with curative force. You see a grandmotherly figure humming softly while grinding amalaki fruit in a stone mortar, her knuckles flecked with yellow paste. Historians still discuss whether these methods truly detoxified the body or mainly fostered a sense of ritual comfort. Perhaps it didn't matter. Perhaps the power lay in the shared conviction in the patient's faith as much as the physician's hands. As the dawn light trickles through bamboo blinds, the ghee glows ever brighter, like a captured sunrise in a bowl. You feel warmth spread through your imagined veins, as if your inner fires, neglected by late-night snacks and endless worries, have been gently rekindled. You step away, tongue tingling from phantom herbs, heart oddly soothed by the idea that balance might be just a spoonful away. The air hums with turmeric-scented secrets, and you carry with you the sweet, heavy echo of 1,000 years' worth of whispered medical poems. Close your eyes and imagine a sound so pure it could dissolve your cough and chase away your nightmares. You find yourself in a high, cold Himalayan valley, thin air sharp enough to bite your nose. Within a small temple adorned with yak butter lamps and bright prayer flags, a monk sits cross-legged before a row of shimmering metal bowls. He raises a padded mallet and circles it around a bowl's rim. A low, shivering hum rises curling around the stone walls like a soft spectral embrace. These are Tibetan singing bowls, long used for spiritual attunement meditation, and yes, even medieval health rituals. Each bowl's vibration was believed to resonate with a particular organ or energy channel, a sonic acupuncture that promised to dislodge unwanted spirits from your lungs and mind. Historians still discuss whether these sound baths had any measurable healing power or simply offered a deeply hypnotic placebo, the equivalent of a sonic lullaby for the soul. In some monasteries, entire purification ceremonies centered on these bowls. Picture monks slowly moving around a patient, bowls humming in unison, the air so thick with layered tones that it seems to shimmer. The vibrations were thought to realign your lung, a vital wind-like life force in Tibetan medicine. A weak or stuck lung meant susceptibility to illnesses ranging from fevers to sudden spiritual melancholy. An overlooked detail before using the bowls, practitioners sometimes bathed them in moonlight or placed them on yak fur to awaken their spirit. The idea that a piece of metal could have a soul might sound whimsical today, but to them, it meant the difference between ordinary sound and divine resonance. You watch a monk carefully lay a bowl in the moonbeam, as if tucking in a child for a night of cosmic dreaming. Besides the bowls, healers often incorporated chantings and wind instruments, like the gaeling, adding high, reedy flourishes that danced around the bass hum. You can almost hear those sounds mingling with the crisp mountain wind outside, carrying away your earthly troubles. As you imagine sitting there, wrapped in sheepskin, you feel each vibration rolling through your body. Your lungs seem to expand in new directions, each exhale as light as a drifting snowflake. Even if the scientific merits remain debated, the ritual's immersive power is undeniable. Sometimes patients were instructed to focus on mental images, a turquoise river winding through rocks, or a lotus blooming in frost, while listening to the sound. This mental visualization was said to guide the vibrations, directing healing energy like a gentle shepherd tending stray sheep. The practice also found its way into preventative care. Monks believed regular sound therapy could sweep out stagnant energies before they morphed into physical illnesses. Imagine seeing sound as a daily broom for the soul, brushing away psychic dust. You glance at the bowls one last time, each one polished like a small moon, each with its own personality and voice. The monk bows a soft smile hidden beneath weathered cheeks. Outside, prayer flags snap in the breeze, scattering blessings to the valleys below. As you step back into the cold, you carry the echo of that deep, otherworldly hum inside you. It feels like a secret tunnel carved through your ribs, a quiet place where no fever or sorrow dares to linger. And though historians continue to hum and haw over the true impact of those shimmering vibrations, you find yourself breathing just a bit deeper, as if you've just learned the universe's oldest lullaby. Sometimes, healing isn't about purging spirits or aligning stars. Sometimes it's about letting hot water hug you until your bones sigh. You wander up a misty mountain trail in medieval Japan, where steam curls like shy foxes among pine branches. A cluster of bathhouses nestles near a sulphurous spring, their wooden walls dark from decades of rising vapors. Local villagers shuffle past, balancing baskets of towels and fragrant bundles of yuzu citrus. Even before you slip inside, the air feels thick with promise, the kind of promise that steams away aches both physical and spiritual. In this world, the onsen hot spring bath wasn't just a pleasant soak. It was a form of purification deeply tied to Shinto beliefs and folk medicine. Water wasn't merely water. It was a divine element capable of washing away not just sweat and dirt, but also impure energies and lurking ailments. Historians still puzzle over whether the belief in spiritual detox had practical health benefits, or if the onsen's magic lay purely in communal warmth and ritual comfort. Inside the baths shimmer under oil lamps, water surfaces rolling with tiny waves as people slip in their sighs, echoing like quiet mountain breezes. Elderly farmers soak beside giggling merchants, each person leaving behind social roles as their skin turns pink and their eyelids grow heavy. You imagine easing yourself in the heat, creeping up your spine like a soft furred animal, curling for a nap. Along the pool edges, small altars hold offerings of rice sake and seasonal fruit meant to appease local kami spirits that guard the spring. Some bathers whisper short prayers before dipping under, asking for everything from healthy crops to relief from chronic coughs. The water's mineral-rich scent, a mixture of sulfur moss and ancient stone, clings to your lungs, promising to scour away unseen troubles. A curious detail: many bathers would chew on pickled plums or citrus peels during their soak, believing the sourness helped stimulate internal winds and balance the body's elements. You picture someone floating a plum pit tucked in their cheek, half chanting to the spirits while the steam curls around their shoulders. The folk healers who frequented these baths often performed yobai, a kind of whispered diagnostic. They might quietly note the color of someone's skin after soaking. A pale hue could suggest weak vitality, while a rosy glow hinted at healthy internal fire. Imagine someone declaring your entire spiritual and physical future based on how pruny your fingers get. Some onsen were considered so powerful they drew pilgrims from across the archipelago. You see lines of straw-caped travelers trudging up rocky paths, each step fueled by the belief that a single bath might cure arthritis, expel evil winds, or even mend a broken heart. Whether it worked or not, the journey itself often strengthened bonds among travelers, creating makeshift families in the steamy twilight. It wasn't all about solemn purification. There were also moments of gentle absurdity. Someone might slip on an algae-slick stone, or a mischievous child might squeal as an elder splashes him with scalding water, only to be shushed by a chorus of half-asleep bathers. Even the gods, it seems, had a sense of humor in these foggy wooden halls. Historians still discuss whether the practice of group bathing strengthened village cohesion more than any medicinal herb or spiritual chant. Perhaps the true healing was simply being seen vulnerable, soft and stripped of all armor, floating together in a communal dream of warmth. As you leave the bath, your imaginary skin feels tender and luminous. The cold mountain air outside wraps around you, but somehow it no longer bites. You carry the smell of sulfur and cedar in your hair, a quiet reminder that sometimes the universe's greatest remedy is simply to soak, breathe, and surrender to the heat. You walk away lighter, your breath weaving into the mist like an invisible prayer. May your inner waters always stay warm. When winter closes in, and the frost claws at your bones, what if you could steam out the lurking spirits before they ever whisper your name? You step into a snow-dusted clearing deep in the Nordic forest, where wooden huts belch thick columns of smoke into the pale sky. Inside, warriors and hunters huddle around roaring fires stripped to bare skin and glistening with sweat. This is no simple bathhouse. It's a sweat lodge, a sacred hearth where illness and evil spirits are believed to melt away, drop by salty drop. The Nordic sudatory traditions, precursors to modern saunas, weren't merely about hygiene or relaxation. These smoky steam houses served as communal sanctuaries, believed to boil out malevolent forces lurking within the flesh. Historians still debate whether these sweat lodges truly expelled disease, or if their magic was more about collective morale and spiritual solidarity during the harsh winters. Picture stepping inside the air so thick with birch smoke you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Steam rises off hot stones as water is ladled over them, releasing a hiss like a forest spirit sighing in relief. You sit quietly on a rough-hewn bench, each breath feeling heavier, each exhale a slow surrender. Warriors before a winter hunt would gather here to lighten their blood, believing that an overheated, purified body would move faster and strike truer. Between steamy rounds, they'd plunge into icy rivers or roll in snowdrifts, the shock supposed to seal the cleansing ritual. You imagine the rush of blood, the mind roaring like a fjord storm, the heart pounding a war rhythm against your ribs. An often overlooked detail, birch branches, or vita, were used to gently whip the skin. Far from punishment, this was thought to encourage circulation and chase out shadowy ailments clinging beneath the skin. You watch a man calmly flogging his friend's shoulders, both of them grunting softly like contented bears. Outside, women prepare herbal infusions, juniper needles, angelica roots, and wild thyme. These brews were poured into the steam or rubbed onto the skin believed to weave protective spells against winter fevers. You inhale the sharp, resinous aroma cutting through the smoky fog and settling into your lungs like a warming ember. In the lodge's hush stories were shared epic sagas, hunting mishaps, quiet confessions to the gods. A young hunter might recount the one-eyed elk that haunted his dreams, while an elder murmured charms against frostbitten toes. Scholars suggest these oral traditions were as much part of the healing as the sweat itself, a communal therapy session conducted in whispers and rising steam. Children sometimes joined, learning early that to sweat was to be strong, to face one's inner shadows as bravely as any wolf or rival tribe. You imagine a small boy, eyes wide, mimicking the birch whipping ritual on a toy reindeer, earning nods of approval from the adults around him. Historians continue to puzzle over whether these gatherings were purely practical or deeply spiritual. Perhaps they were both equal parts, physical detox and soul fortification against the endless dark nights and howling winds. As you finally step back out into the moonlit snow, your skin tingles as though 1,000 invisible hands have kneaded warmth into your bones. The air bites at you, but feels almost friendly now, a brisk handshake rather than a slap. You exhale a dragon's plume, rising toward the stars, and feel as if your body has been emptied and refilled with something older, wilder, and purer. You leave the clearing, with your muscles humming, and your mind uncoiled, a faint steam halo drifting behind you like a ghost who decided to stay for one more story. Imagine grinding a jewel so fine that it could mend your gut and clear your soul in one shimmering pinch. You wander into a Persian apothecary's workshop at dawn. The walls glow with flickering oil lamps, and jars labeled in delicate Arabic script line every shelf rows, petals, saffron threads, crushed emeralds, and yes, powdered sapphire. The air is dense with the smell of dried mint frankincense and something sweetly metallic that catches at the back of your throat like a half-forgotten dream. Persian physicians, inheritors of Greek, Indian, and Arabic medical traditions, believed that gemstones weren't mere ornaments. When ground to dust and mixed into drinks or pastes, they were thought to correct spiritual imbalances and soothe ailing organs. The sapphire, with its celestial blue, was prized as a stomach settler and a mind clarifier. Historians still argue whether these gemstone remedies were actual medical treatments or symbolic talismans meant to anchor a patient's hope. You watch an apothecary lift a tiny pestle, pressing it into a small bowl of sapphire shards with infinite care. Each swirl releases a soft chime, a delicate echo that seems to harmonize with the early morning calls to prayer drifting through the courtyard. You lean closer, half expecting to see a genie swirl out from the glittering dust. It wasn't only sapphires, pearls were ground for fevers, rubies for heart strength, emeralds for eyesight. The logic followed a cosmic thread. If a stone shone with clarity or vigor, surely it could impart those qualities to the human body. You imagine sipping a shimmering potion, your insides sparkling like a hidden cave of stars. An overlooked detail, many gem powders were mixed with honey or rosewater, not just for taste, but because these liquids were thought to carry the stone's spirit more faithfully into the body. You picture a young scholar, pale from long study, gulping a honeyed sapphire tonic and declaring his next poem would rival the night sky itself. The blending of spiritual and medicinal practices meant that these remedies often included recitations of verses or small prayers. Each spoonful became a moment of cosmic alignment, a bridge between the mundane and the divine. You sense the hush in the workshop as an elderly woman repeats a whispered verse before sipping her pearl elixir. Some believed Sapphire's chill nature could also quell hot tempers and soothe burning emotions. Imagine a merchant returning from a brutal desert, crossing his mind as fevered as his skin, seeking out a sapphire potion to cool both. A quiet sip beneath moonlight, and perhaps his rage and confusion dissolved into the dark like sugar in tea. Historians puzzle over whether these stones provided genuine relief or simply invoked the power of belief. The placebo effect dressed in a robe of cosmic dust, if you will. Yet the dedication, the ritual, the sheer patience, they all stitched a protective psychological cocoon around the ailing soul. In marketplaces, jewelers sometimes sold pre-ground powders alongside jewelry, a two-in-one charm for body and spirit. You imagine a young noble slipping a tiny vial of emerald dust into her sash, ready to sprinkle into her wine after an especially tense royal dinner. As you leave the apothecary, the morning sun catches the last swirling motes of sapphire dust, transforming them into brief private constellations just for you. Your stomach feels lighter, your mind clearer, whether from the imagined gem or the soft spell of sunrise, you can't quite tell. Perhaps as the old Persian healers believed, the true medicine isn't just in what we swallow, but in what we dare to imagine, that somewhere in us lives a sapphire sky waiting to be stirred. What if your doctor told you the cure for your fever was to sweat it out in a fragrant cloud of cacao and jungle leaves? You slip into the humid green twilight of a Mesoamerican forest, where broad leaves glisten like emerald shields, and the air is so thick you feel it wrap around your shoulders like a damp cloak. Nestled in this living labyrinth, a low, round sweat lodge breathes curls of herbal steam into the sky. This is a Temazcal, the Mayan steam bath, an ancient place where mind, body, and spirit are scrubbed clean by heat chants and herbal magic. Stepping inside, you're greeted by a healer, perhaps a H-man or an elder woman versed in forest lore. The entrance is low, a symbolic rebirth. You crawl in like a child returning to the earth's womb. Inside, stones heated to an angry red glow wait to be doused with concoctions of forest herbs, copal resin, allspice cacao shells, and bitter leaves. The resulting steam bursts into the cramped space curling around your face and seeping into every pore. Historians still debate whether these steams were more about purging physical toxins or spiritual ones. For the Maya, disease often meant imbalance with nature or the wrath of gods. The steam didn't just sweat out a fever. It coaxed away the sorrowful spirits clinging to your ribs. An overlooked detail, cacao, that beloved seed of chocolate fame, played a central role in these sessions. Ground cacao was sometimes rubbed into the skin as a protective balm or mixed into the steam for its heart-opening effects. You imagine the sticky sweetness melting on your skin, your heartbeat echoing deeper with each fragrant breath. The session was often guided by low chants, their syllables melting into the drumming of rain on palm fronds outside. Participants whispered prayers or confessions, hoping each bead of sweat carried away a piece of regret or an old grudge. You feel your own imaginary scalp prickle, as if your secrets might suddenly steam off into the dark corners of the lodge. In some cases, the steam was followed by smearing the body with cacao-based ointments believed to guard against illness and embolden the spirit. The cacao was thought to act as a gentle barrier, a second skin connecting you to the forest's protective heartbeat. Picture a young hunter stepping out at dawn, his skin dark and shimmering, the scent of cacao mingling with wet earth as he readies himself for unseen dangers. The structure of the lodge itself symbolized the cosmos, the stones as stars, the steam as celestial breath, the curved walls as the universe's embrace. Crawling out at the end represented a spiritual rebirth, a return to the world unburdened. Historians continue to discuss whether this cosmological mapping helped reinforce health outcomes, or if it mainly served as psychological support during times of frequent epidemic waves. At sunrise, the lodge door opens and you stumble into the damp forest air. Each inhalation feels like a gift, each drop of dew on your forehead a whispered blessing from the gods. The forest pulses around you as if acknowledging your small but sincere rebirth. You walk away lighter, as though you've left a phantom version of yourself inside the steam dome, a heavier, more worried twin who no longer needs to trail behind you. The scent of cacao still clings to your skin, a soft echo of warmth and bittersweetness that promises you are ready to face the labyrinthine jungle of life, at least for today. What if the purest cure wasn't a potion or a chant, but the hush of rain falling into a stone pool high on a sacred cliff? You climb a narrow path, etched into an Ethiopian mountainside, your fingers brushing against lichen-streaked walls that shimmer under a pale dawn. The air tastes of wet stone and distant incense fires. At the top, you discover a series of natural basins cradling rainwater, so still it mirrors the drifting clouds above. This is no ordinary water. It is Sebel holy water, believed to hold divine healing power beyond the reach of any herb or ointment. Medieval Ethiopian Christianity fused ancient local beliefs with monastic mysticism, and water was seen as a living spirit, an ambassador of God's mercy. You watch a monk in a weathered robe scoop handfuls of this water, gently pouring it over a woman's bowed head. Her shivers aren't from the cold alone. They're tremors of hope of old aches released drop by luminous drop. Historians still debate whether these rituals actually combated disease or mainly offered a collective emotional balm, a faith-fueled placebo echoing through generations. But to the pilgrims gathered here, that debate might seem irrelevant. When your knees ache, your cough rattles like a haunted door, or your spirit feels as fragile as cracked pottery, the promise of water that holds the sky itself feels enough. Nearby, you hear soft chants floating between rock chapels, their cadences merging with the rhythmic drips from a moss-lined spout. Pilgrims crawl or limp up from valleys below, some carrying jugs to bring home a shimmering sip for bedridden loved ones. You imagine someone miles away sipping a spoonful of this water in the flickering light of a clay lamp, imagining angels brushing past their fevered forehead. In overlooked detail, some pools were hidden in caves, accessible only to monks or the most devoted seekers. Water in these secluded hollows was said to gain extra potency by echoing in darkness, as if gathering whispers from saints asleep in the rock walls. You feel the damp air inside such a cave, the slow echoing drip like a heartbeat in a dream. Beyond healing, these waters also symbolized rebirth and forgiveness. A sick child might be dipped completely squirming and wide-eyed as a priest murmurs blessings that sound half lullaby, half lightning strike. Parents would weep openly, each tear a prayer distilled into silence by the mountain air. In marketplaces far below, small clay vials filled with holy water fetched higher prices than gold dust. You picture a merchant tucking a vial inside her robe like a secret amulet, hoping its soft gurgle might protect her family from a sudden fever or keep the evil eye at bay. Historians continue to argue, was this faith in water the last echo of pre-Christian river worship, or an adaptation to a harsh landscape where water was already rare and thus sacred. Whatever the scholarly verdict, you watch a pilgrim touch her forehead to a mossy stone, her breath slow and sure, as if she knows more than any textbook ever could. As you descend the mountain, each step feels softer, as though your feet no longer press, but float upon the earth. A single drop of holy water clings to your brow, cold and bright as a morning star, promising, however faintly, that something unseen still watches over your flesh and spirit. You leave the high pools, with your heart echoing like a rain-filled basin, quiet deep and waiting for the next ripple. What if chewing a bright red nut could not only stain your teeth, but guard your soul from lurking sickness? You duck under a banana leaf awning in a bustling Southeast Asian market, where the air hums with the snap of palm fans and the sweet tangy scent of tropical fruits. There, amid piles of ginger and lemongrass vendors, pass around glossy deep orange parcels. Betel quid, a mixture of betel leaf, areca, nut lime paste, and sometimes clove or cardamom. Chewing betel wasn't just a casual pastime. In medieval Southeast Asia, it was a daily ritual of protection and social ritual. For many, it acted like a small portable shrine you carried inside your cheek. As you watch an elderly woman fold a leaf with quick, deft fingers, you notice how the corners of her mouth gleam crimson. She catches your eye and smiles, revealing teeth as red as lacquered wood. People believed betel strengthened the teeth, protected the gums, and acted as a barrier against bad airs, malevolent forces that slipped into the body through the mouth and nose. Historians still discuss whether these beliefs stemmed from genuine antimicrobial effects or purely symbolic protection. But in an age when dental pain could mean certain death, any edge felt miraculous. Beyond its supposed health benefits, betel was also a kind of social glue. You picture gatherings where elders debate village politics over betel, each spit of red juice punctuating a sharp point. Courtship rituals included sharing a betel quid, a damp, tangy sign of mutual trust and secret intentions. You imagine a shy young woman handing her crush a folded leaf, her fingers trembling as though passing a love letter. An overlooked detail, the lime paste inside the quid, was thought to unlock the nut's spiritual essence. The crackling, fizzy texture, as it mixed in the mouth, mirrored the fizzing excitement of a new friendship or alliance. In some regions, certain aromatic additions, like star anise or nutmeg, were chosen for specific blessings, love long life, or safe sea voyages. Betel also carried a visible badge of belonging. Red-stained lips and gums weren't considered unsightly, but marks of maturity and social engagement. You imagine a young trader on his first journey downriver, proudly revealing his new crimson grin, to show he was no longer a child in the eyes of the elders. In healing rituals, betel often accompanied herbal poultices or massage. A healer might chew betel while chanting protective verses, believing the nut spirit would pass through their words and hands into the patient. You watch an old healer lean over a child, her breath warm with spices, and betel her whisper, weaving a shield around the feverish body below. Historians puzzle over how much of betel's health reputation was real chemistry and how much was collective suggestion. Perhaps it didn't matter. The act of chewing, sharing, and spitting formed a slow, meditative rhythm that calmed minds and drew people into a shared heartbeat. As you leave the market, you catch a glimpse of a vendor arranging a pyramid of glossy nuts, each one a quiet guardian waiting for a new companion. You feel a phantom tang in your own mouth, the promise of warmth and slightly illicit comfort. curling through your imagination. Your footsteps echo down a dusty lane lips, tingling with a memory that isn't quite yours. A hush of stories carried in red smiles and soft, bitter chews. When thin air presses against your ribs and your head spins like a prayer wheel, what if a sacred leaf could be your lifeline and your secret companion? You trek up an Andean path, icy wind, nipping at your cheeks as stone terraces ripple down the mountainsides below. In a small village plaza, elders gather around woven baskets brimming with green coca leaves, each one shining faintly under the morning sun. The scent is earthy and sweet, tinged with mountain moss and distant wood smoke. For the Inca and other Andean cultures, coca leaves were more than just botanical curiosities. They were survival kits wrapped in green. Chewing coca, or chachar, helped laborers endure thin oxygen and freezing nights. But beyond its physical effects, coca was deeply spiritual, a living bridge to the mountain spirits known as apus. You watch a young porter, his cheeks bulging slightly, bowing toward a snowy peak before tucking another leaf between gum and cheek. Historians still argue whether coca's sacred role outweighed its practical benefits, or if the two were forever intertwined. Was it a chemical crutch, or did its divine status amplify its effects through collective faith? The preparation was meticulous. Fresh leaves mixed with lipta, a lime-based ash that unlocked the plant's alkaloids. Each chew turned into a bitter paste, numbing the tongue and warming the belly. You imagine pressing a leaf to your own lips, the numbing tingle spreading like frost melting under a sunrise. Coca ceremonies often involved small offerings, drops of chicha beer, or sprigs of flowers laid at shrine stones. You might see a grandmother whispering thanks for a successful harvest or a safe passage through mountain passes haunted by spirits. In these moments, the leaf transformed into a prayer folded between molars. An overlooked detail coca was also a social glue offered to visitors as a sign of respect or hospitality. You picture a traveling herder arriving at a distant village, a bundle of coca exchanged before any words, a green handshake bridging strangers across icy ridges. In the context of illness, coca was chewed to stave off weakness, alleviate nausea, and even soothe emotional distress. Shamans believed the leaves could speak to the body's hidden ailments, coaxing them into the open, where chants and spirit-guided smoke could banish them. You can almost hear the faint rustle of leaves, like soft applause from invisible ancestors, encouraging each breath and heartbeat. The Spanish conquerors tried to ban coca, at first calling it a demonic vice. Yet they quickly realized that without it, the empire's forced laborers couldn't endure the brutal conditions of silver mines and mountain construction. In this bitter irony, coca persisted a stubborn green whisper against colonial might. Today, historians continue to chew over poon, entirely intended, whether coca's sacred status was a form of cultural resilience or simply a practical adaptation sacralized over time. Either way, each leaf held a universe medicine spirit resistance and warmth. As you descend from the plaza, your lungs feel fuller, your limbs less heavy, as if you too had borrowed a bit of coca's quiet power. The mountain path unfurls before you, like a green ribbon, each stone step echoing a soft promise. Keep going. The spirits walk beside you. You carry the imagined bitterness in your mouth, a secret warmth in your chest, and the fleeting sense that high above the clouds, someone or something nods in approval at each careful step. Imagine hanging strings of pungent bulbs above your bed, certain they could guard your lungs from the midnight's deadliest whispers. You wander into a small Eastern European farmhouse where straw mats line the walls and a faint scent of smoke hangs in the air. Above every window and doorframe, thick braids of garlic swing gently like ghostly sentinels. By the hearth, an old woman crushes cloves with a wooden pestle, muttering blessings that sound halfway between a lullaby and a scolding. In medieval, Slavic, and Balkan communities, garlic wasn't just for flavoring soups or warding off vampires. It was a shield against night air. The damp, invisible miasmas believed to cause fevers, lung ailments, and sudden chills. Historians still debate whether this fear of night air came from real observations of disease patterns or was merely a folkloric personification of humidity and darkness. Garlic was hung in rafters, tucked into children's pockets, and even woven into necklaces. You picture a child snoring softly beneath a garland of garlic, the sharp scent seeping into dreams as a kind of rustic incense. In villages where winters were long and fires burned low, garlic stood as a stubborn promise that illness would hesitate at the threshold. An overlooked detail, garlic wasn't always static. In some regions, families would walk a garlic braid around the house at twilight, trailing its scent into every nook and corner, reciting protective incantations. You imagine an elder, tiptoeing solemnly garlic, swinging like a sacred censer, each step sealing cracks where bad spirits might slither in. Garlic also found its way into traveling pouches for shepherds and traders. Alone in the dark forests, or on icy roads, they might rub fresh garlic onto their chests, or chew raw cloves to keep evil humors at bay. You feel a phantom burn on your tongue just thinking of it, imagining each sharp chew as a defiant bark into the cold night. Healers believed garlic carried a unique heat, a fiery internal energy that could chase away wet and cold disorders. A grandmother might prepare a salve of garlic lard and herbs to smear onto a coughing child's chest, a pungent cocoon believed to trap warmth and push illness outward. You smell the acrid blend, your imaginary chest both comforted and slightly offended by the ghostly paste. Garlic wasn't merely medicinal, but deeply social. Villagers would exchange braids as protective gifts at weddings or new house blessings. A garlic braid hung above the marriage bed wasn't just about fertility or good harvests. It declared a fortress against grief and whispered illnesses in the dead of night. Historians still discuss whether these traditions were purely symbolic or had subtle antibacterial merits that villagers didn't consciously understand. But as you watch the old woman arrange her garlic strands with reverence, the scientific question feels irrelevant. Each bulb is a quiet vow, a promise that someone somewhere is always looking out for you. As you step outside, the night air brushes past your cheeks, damp, chill, and heavy with unseen sighs. But instead of fear, you feel the lingering warmth of garlic at your back, a protective cloak stitched from countless whispered prayers and sharp little cloves. You walk into the moonlit fields, the imagined burn still on your tongue, each breath carrying a hint of defiance. Not tonight, spirits, not tonight. When ink doesn't just mark your skin, but seals you inside an invisible shield against wounds, spirits and fate itself, would you dare to wear it? You step into a humid Polynesian village at sunrise. Palm fronds sway like sleepy fans overhead, and the salty tang of the ocean rolls across your skin. In a shaded hut, a tattoo master sits cross-legged, tapping a sharp bone comb dipped in dark gleaming ink against a young warrior's thigh. Each tap echoes like a muted drumbeat, each dot a small vow whispered into flesh. These were not mere decorations. In medieval Polynesian cultures, tattoos, or tatau, were living armor, each motif believed to carry protective power. Wounds from battle or misfortune were thought to glance off enchanted lines, and evil spirits were said to slide helplessly past the inked patterns. Historians still argue whether these beliefs arose from practical observation. Perhaps tattooed skin fared differently under certain conditions, or purely from spiritual storytelling woven through generations. The process was excruciating. You watch the warrior flinch as the bone comb punctures his skin, a tiny jet of blood, mixing with ink, sealing the bond between earth body and spirit. A family member kneels nearby, softly chanting lineage prayers to guide the ink's power. You imagine that sting the shiver that follows the weight of hundreds of ancestors crowding around in silent approval. An often overlooked detail: the ink wasn't just soot or charcoal, but a sacred blend, often made from burnt candle nut soot, mixed with coconut oil, and sometimes crushed shells. This mixture was said to embody the sea's essence and the fiery breath of volcanoes, an elemental handshake with nature itself. You lean closer in your mind, catching the faint aroma of scorched nut oil and salty ocean air curling from the ink bowl. Beyond warriors, priests, and healers bore special tattoos believed to amplify spiritual insight. A tattooed forearm might mark a healer able to see the illness shadowing your breath. You picture a healer's fingers tracing over your skin, reading these lines, like runes mapping your unseen battles. In some communities, tattoos also marked major life milestones: survival from fever, the first ocean voyage, the loss of a parent. Each symbol sang a different verse in a person's lifelong chant. The community saw your ink and knew not just your strength, but the storms you had sailed through. You imagine a young woman revealing her shoulder tattoo at a festival, the design shimmering in firelight as elders nod in quiet respect. Historians continue to debate whether these tattoos offered real protective benefits or functioned primarily as social contracts, reinforcing bonds and shared beliefs. Perhaps they were both a physical declaration of faith in one's place within a living, breathing web of family and spirit. As the final strokes settle into the warrior's skin, a hush drapes the hut. The tattoo master steps back, his eyes soft, as if he's just introduced the young man to a secret twin now sleeping beneath his flesh. The warrior stands trembling, but taller somehow, his new ink glistening under a shaft of early sun, like a constellation pressed into warm clay. You step out of the hut, the memory of phantom needles buzzing beneath your own skin. The morning breeze feels sharper against your imagined tattoos, each breath like a promise to face unseen dangers with a quieter heart. You walk toward the sea, each footstep echoing across sand flecked with shells and coral shards. In the hush between waves, you hear it, a soft ancestral hum, vibrating in your bones, telling you that you are watched, marked, and for now safe. The horizon fades from coral blush to ink-wash blue, and your mind begins to drift like a slow canoe across a moonlit lagoon. You feel each ancient belief lingering softly inside you, the gentle hum of singing bowls, the sweet burn of beetle, the cool kiss of mountain water. Even the garlic's protective bite still echoes faintly around your chest, a reminder that somewhere in the world, someone once stayed up all night, weaving you a shield of cloves. Your breath grows deeper, each inhale pulling you closer to quiet harbors of sleep. The strange dances, the sacred steam, the whispered prayers over sapphire dust, they all become shimmering ripples on a still pond in your imagination. You sense the old hands resting on your forehead, tracing maps of constellations only they know. Let yourself float now, far from plague winds and ritual blades into a place where your pulse is steady and your spirit hums like a low drum in a dark forest clearing. If you'd like to wander through more stories like this, you can always subscribe softly, secretly, as if leaving a folded note in a temple alcove. Before you slip fully under, tell me, where are you listening from tonight, and which ancient charm would you trust to guard your dreams?